Yeah, good morning, YouTubers. I just want to make sure my sound is okay this morning. I did have some problems, so I'm just doing a pre-check before I start live at 9. So anybody in YouTube, maybe you can just give me a heads up if you can hear me okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, August the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Okay, a couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me in our main room. Oh, thank you, Torty. I made a change this morning and on our YouTube room. Okay, so everything's back to normal. Okay, I found out what the problem was. Okay, guys. So before we get going, let's take a look at the SPY. The SPY is having a little pop here, modestly positive here. I just read also that had the SPY been positive yesterday, it would have been the first time since I think it said 2004 the SPY had 8 consecutive positive days, but fell short. Competition does sound today. Sound today. Competition does start today. Yes, Dwayne. So what is happening this morning? SMFL. Where's Pepe? If Pepe is around, I have to give him some credit on the fix. SMFL. This is trading higher after the company says it is negotiating the acquisition of 4 health and wellness targets. So that is the reason for the SML pop. The main reason, of course, is only 1.64 million in the float. Pepe, first of all, how are you feeling, my friend? 2% better? 1% better? Okay. So you know what it was? I'm sorry, guys. I'm just going to talk to Pepe just for a second here. It was within StreamYard. For some reason, it had switched my mic to my AirPods. Okay, that was the issue. And luckily, I was able to go online and go to StreamYard, and they say go to your settings and see what's happening. And that was the reason. I didn't do it, obviously on purpose. So how it got switched there, I don't know. Anyway, we're good to go. And that's what you were telling me to disable, but we went into the general sound section, and for some reason that didn't seem to affect StreamYard. Anyway, good. I'm very happy. I don't have to worry about that. Okay, guys. Macy's. Tale of two big retailers. Of course, Macy's is. I don't even want to call them a big retailer anymore. But Macy's is down on earnings, down almost 10% on earnings. Contrast that with Target, TGT. Huge move by Target here, 15%. That is a massive move, guys. 461 million in the float. $461 million in the float. Sorry, 461 million shares in the float. So for it to be up 15% on earnings, that's pretty amazing. Now, Target on the weekly chart is coming into maybe some resistance around 170. Now, yesterday, I thought maybe that PANW would fade, especially with the market being weak, and it did not. So I'm going to hold off on thinking Target may fade. Rev B is up because I can't find the reason. Now, there was one that I clicked on this morning, and I checked in IB, and it had something to do with $100 million. And I don't know if this was the one because I cannot find it. SDIG is bio, guys. SDIG is a bio. SDIG is being bought by Bitfarm. Let's take a look at Bitfarm. BITF. BITF. So Bitfarm is buying SDIG. Another retailer not doing so well, low volume, and that's Lazy Boy, LZB. LZB, another retailer, down about 5%. Not a lot of volume yet. Okay, not a lot of volume yet. They released earnings after hours. Hopefully you can see the mauve area on my chart. And so that is that's the reaction. And this morning it kept moving down. So that is LZB. JD is down. I know Casa or Draw, I think it was Draw posted the news. Yeah, I saw that Macy's has not Macy's, but Walmart has basically got rid of their 10% stake in JD. JD plummets over 7% in pre-market after largest shareholder Walmart sells its stake to reportedly raise 3.74. That's not that much on a 10% stake in JD, and they only raise that much. Okay, doesn't seem that much anyway to me. But anyway, that is the reason for JD being down. It has recovered a little bit. At one point, it was down over 10%. ALZN, this was one from yesterday, and I did notice that it was starting to move again. ALZN, a pretty brutal day actually yesterday. Actually, yeah, I'm sorry. It was 2 days ago. I had the big day. It was dropped yesterday, but even 2 days ago, look. I mean, look where it closed. I mean, this got up to $15 and it closed down here at 6 ALZN. So cautious obviously on this one. Maybe if it can take out the high of yesterday at 564, why not? I'll put a price alert in that area. See if it does take it out. GDC, I think this was something to do with AI. Yeah, launches TikTok account to share latest AI related news and trends. Okay. So that is GDC on the move, low float, 11.5 million in the float. Just as I was opening the room, I noticed that PITA, it was moving a bit. Well, I guess it's down now. This looks, okay. I thought it was moving high. Well, it was moving higher, but it was down for the day, I guess. So I guess forget about that one. 166,000 shares have traded. German stock. GDC is making another high here, guys. GDC making another high, pre-market high now. Okay, now BBAI, this pop, big pop actually, 33%. Big Bear and a trading company are trading after the higher. So this seems like a pretty sketchy press release, but anyway, I don't mean it's not real, but for it to pop that much, trading higher after the company received an award as a subcontractor to Concept Solutions. So that is the reason for the Big Bear BBI pop right into the 200-day moving average. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but this is right into the 200-day moving average. So I'm just going to put the let's see, the contest link in case anybody does want to join, take part in the contest. It does start in well, about 20 minutes from now. So you still can sign up for it if you want. It's a short only contest. Grand prize, $4,000. $4,000 Amazon gift certificate, okay? So if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. It'll cost you $7.77. If you're currently a premium subscriber, you don't have to sign up for the contest. You're automatically in it if you want. Okay. If you're a standard subscriber, you have to sign up at $7.77. And of course, if you don't have trade ideas at all, you sign up for $7.77. You'll get the full premium service until Monday inclusive. And of course, you can get into the contest. You have to read all the rules. Okay. It's a short only contest. It is sponsored by Centerpoint, and that's why the top three winners, the top three winners, we got up to $15,000 in trading credits from Centerpoint if you open a new brokerage account. But again, there is the grand prize. Where are you? $4,000 grand prize Amazon gift card for the top performer. Okay. Now, please don't ask me. Read. Okay. Please read all this. And what I'm going to do from time to time, I will be displaying the leaderboard. Let me. Here's how you can. Here's how you can see it. Click on New Doc Channel Bar and Portfolio Master Challenge. And this is what I'm going to do. So this has to be obviously. Better tell them to change it. This was last. Hey guys. All right, now let's take a look at the major sectors. I couldn't do that yesterday when I had my audio problems. So let's take a look at the major sectors. So again, we're in for a modestly positive open. SPY is up 0.95 right now. So let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. And 100%, what that means is 100% in green. That means 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay. Now, again, it doesn't mean they're all ripping. I mean, the biggest move has been Halliburton, HAL. It's up 1%. But every single stock as we speak is up from yesterday's close. And, yeah, everything is up. Everything is at least 50%. Communications is about 50%, 57% up, 42% down. Keys. Keys, any volume? Okay, guys, keys. I didn't see this one. So keys is actually an earnings play, guys. Keys, Keys. It's a little more expensive, but it is an earnings play. It's up 12%. That's a pretty big move on 173 million in the float. Only 37,000 right now. But there's keys. I wonder if TYL is also an earnings play. No. So keys, maybe keep an eye on keys, guys. Keys. And just a quick look at some of the major sectors where they are with respect to the 200-day moving average, especially XLE. XLE. Oh, look at that! Look at so yesterday. The market wasn't down much yesterday, but XLE is sitting right on the 200-day moving average. Okay, right on the 200-day moving average. Or that's where it closed. Interesting. It's a little bit above it right now, but let's take a look at some of the other ones that were close. I want to see consumer discretionary, XLY. Still moving away. There's that green line right there. I don't think I really have to go. Well, let's take a look at tech, XLK. I mean, it had a little drop yesterday, but yeah, but still moving away from that 200-day. So really, so it's energy. Energy is still the weakest sector with respect to the 200-day moving average. It's barely above, whereas all the other ones, all the other major sectors are above. Riley, well, I remember the co-founder was looking to buy them. They got all the stock at $7 a couple of days ago. Doesn't seem to be earnings. It looks like they had earnings on the 12th, Casa. Okay, guys, I'm just let's see if anything new is coming in. So, by the way, the mpox, monkeypox plays are all falling. The WHO basically said, "Hey, wait a minute, this is not COVID." I mean, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but so all the monkeypox plays are starting to fall. Well, SIGA is holding in, but I noticed EBS, I noticed GovX, I noticed APDN down 24%. WHO official says mpox is not the new COVID. Okay, so there you go. Oh, there are shares available also for me to short on this one, APDN. Interesting. GDC making new highs, guys. GDC just making new pre-market highs. So, John, SDIG is a buyout, in case you don't know. Okay, Bitfarm, BITF, is buying SDIG, in case you didn't know. Cheap one, guys. For those of you who don't mind looking at stocks under a dollar, AZTR, 20% move so far. A lot of volume, 2.5 million. Did see. Is it? No. Okay. There was some stock I saw this morning, and it had $100 million in the press release. I just can't find it anymore. Anyway, WENA, WENA, still up 14%. What a mouthful. Signs an exclusive worldwide license agreement with TransferTech Sherbrooke regarding NanoJect, a needle-free, freeze-dried coffee, no, nano powder auto injector for medicines and vaccines. Wow. Okay. And I will be watching the go no go 3-minute scan all day. It's my go-to scan right now. All right, let's take a look at BPTH, up 17% still. Let's take a look at BPTH, see if it's doing anything interesting. So basically providing an update from its ongoing phase 1/1B. No, no. All the Market Explorer scans, they unfortunately don't have audio yet. Well, I say yet. I mean, I asked for that a long time ago. I don't know what the Michael would know, but no, there's no way to get an audio alert. But one thing I have noticed is that, unless it's a super, super high flying stock, there appears to be time enough. So, when I'm just looking at this, certainly well, I have this front and center on my other monitor. When I'm looking at it, it seems to give me enough time, even though the alert happened even a couple of minutes before, maybe, and I haven't noticed it. Don't know, Oliver. I don't know the rules. If you can trade stocks less than a dollar, I don't know what did it say. If it didn't say you can't, I guess you can. But I thought Steve said, I could have sworn he answered somebody yesterday. No mention in the rules. Well, if there's no mention, I want to back off personally. Okay, all I'm going to do is because you know I wish I wish everything was so crystal clear. Well, okay. Steve's saying correct. No trading stocks under a dollar. But Oliver, I'm gonna put you because they know you. But are you saying there is no mention in the rules less than a dollar? Give me a moment. Yeah, I just put myself on mute as I loaded this. Okay, so I'm back. I am back. Just give me a moment. I just have to make some adjustments to my other monitors or my other, get rid of some charts that I don't need. And I am going to make a change also here. I'm going to try something a little bit different today. Give me a moment, guys. I just want to make some changes. Hmm, that's all it is. Okay. Okay, guys. Now, again, if you have if you're part of the contest, you have our AI. If you're just a subscriber with our premium service, this is the AI right here. Okay, times are right now 9:28. So all I would do is this. Adjust this. All I would do is this. I would have this screen open. Okay, nothing else. Click on New from the toolbar in order to watch the AI. Notice we've got three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is the window you're going to see. The other thing I would do is uncheck if in the filter box it does not say none. I would hit the down arrow and uncheck anything. I would want to see the alerts all day long, regardless of where they are. And notice this is blank. This nothing will happen in this. You will not get an AI alert until at least 10 minutes after the market open, and that is by design. Okay. Yes, thank you, William. So less than a minute for the market to open. And let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I may make an exception, though, if I see something in the Go Momo 3 minute scan. Yeah, well, there you go. You just answer your own question when you looked at when you can see. Yeah, nothing happens in the Momo scan until the market opens. Okay, now let's see if this has been updated. Good. Okay, here's our leaderboard. So contest has started, guys. So I'll be displaying this from time. Captain Para. There you are. I love it. Okay, want to see the people that I know. Okay, so there's Captain Para. What do you mean, which way, Isaiah? What do you mean, which way? All right, there's the ALZN guys on the move right off the bat. ALZN on the move right up off the bat. And I'm just going to bring this up. Okay. Again, if you're part of this contest, just make sure, okay, when you are taking trades in the paper trading, you pick the Battle of the Bears. That's the account you have to be trading in, okay, for the contest. Here's your Broker Plus window. Hopefully, this is all described, okay. So you're loading your Brokers Plus window. When you go to the account, make sure you pick the Battle of the Bears. You have to be in that account. There's Siri, actually, guys. There's a opening one. You can see on the interesting Oliver. There you are. Look at Oliver. Always in the mix. All right, let's take a look at the market. The opening. Let's see. The Dow's up a little. Nas is up a little. SPY's up a little. Okay. And checking the economic calendar, let's take a look at the economic calendar. I know there was some stuff happening at 10 o'clock, I believe. So let's take a look at the economic calendar. So at 10 o'clock, these are the things that could affect the market at 10 o'clock. We've got the Atlanta Fed's business inflation expectations. We've got quarterly services survey. Okay, that's at 10 o'clock. Later on, we have a 20-year bond auction at 1 o'clock. And of course, we've got the minutes today, only minutes at 2 o'clock, FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock. And we also have Treasury buyback at 2 o'clock. So we do have the minutes at 2 o'clock, no pressure today. But at 10 o'clock, we've got a couple of things which could affect the market. Okay. All right. Well, there's Target now starting to actually drift down a bit here. Target starting to drift down. TGT. Kind of what I would have thought, perhaps, but not after yesterday with Palo Alto. Boy, it's hard to shake habits of not taking trades in the first 15, but there is a setup right there, orange right to blue. Okay, orange right to blue. And as for Ford, ah, I recognize Mohammed. Mohammed is we've got a nice little start to the contest, guys. We've got a couple of people we do know, Oliver and Captain Para. Paul, I'm not sure if Paul, whether in our YouTube room or here. I don't know if that's our Daniel. I know we have a Daniel in the main room. I don't know if that's our Daniel. think this race would be a lot more exciting than the last one, guys. It was a real, we could only trade the AI alerts, and it was a little bit complicated. Neon, guys, neon on the move here. Neon on the move. Ags is an earning. Oh, Riley, what do I think? I don't know. Let's take a look. Um, what do I think? Why are you interested in Riley, Azzy, in our YouTube room? It's basically flat. So what's the 48,000 shares? So why would I be looking at Riley? Any specific reason? I mean, one of the co-founders said he wanted to buy the stock or take it private, I guess, or something like that at $7. So that caused a little pop a couple of days ago. But other than that, so what more do you want me to say about it? I mean, it's not doing anything. No volume. All right, guys. BBAI on the move. BBAI is on the move. So BBAI is on the move. Had some news. Um, let's take a look at where it could go if it can break through too. Okay. Let's take a look on a monthly chart. I had that monthly chart up. I believe it had because you can't really see where it could go on the weekly chart. So on the monthly chart, the next high looks like it is. So you can see at 207, there is some action. If it can get through maybe that, I'm going to stick an alert around 208 for BBAI. It's not a low float, 98 million. So it's going to take a lot of interest to move it. I mean, it's already up 40%. Now, just a caution here. I mean, I know the AI has got an alert for SDIG, but this is a buyout. Macy's, I think somebody said it had a little bit of a bounce, but this is now starting to sink. There's Macy's M earnings play. Market, look at this market. So we had that opening, looked like it was starting to drift down a bit, but that's been wiped out now. The market is still strong. Nasdaq's up, Dow's up, SPY's up. Well, there's nothing wrong with a buyout except the stock price probably won't move that much. because that's usually right around the buyout price. I mean, it doesn't mean it won't move, but let's see if we can find what the deal was. So I mean, they're saying it's $6, so it is under that, but it's just that typically, when the buyout is announced, the share price doesn't move that much. That's all. Oh, I missed all these halts at the beginning. So PSIG, I guess it's got halted a little bit on the way up. Neon resumed. UPC was halted, and it is not resumed yet, or has it? I guess it has resumed. I'm not seeing the resumption though. I'm not seeing the resumption. Oh, it's right here. Sorry, guys. Blurry eyes this morning. So there. Okay, so it did resume. So it was halted at 256, and it is now. Wow. So that was a nice pop out of that halt, and that is for UPC. Pretty low float, 21 million in the float. Take a look at our leaderboard. So we've got Paul, Philanderer, Mohammed. Where are you, Captain Para? Oliver's still in here. So again, if you want to join the contest, you can still do it. I'm just going to put the link in. Okay. Just read through it. Again, it's a $4,000. $4,000 is the first prize. Well, there's only one prize. The grand prize, one prize, $4,000 Amazon gift certificate. And also, if you decide to take out a Centerpoint subscription, then they are offering some goodies also. So, yeah, listen, I'm not saying SDIG won't move, but typically it's not normal that it's going to move that much. But this is the reason Bitfarm BITF is buying them stock for stock merger. So a lot of it is going to be, I guess, is going to be dependent on Bitcoin share price. So if it moves up, I guess SDIG will move up. All right, guys, 9:46. So let's take a look at some of these winners here. SOND, BPTH, WENA, WENA. If there's any interesting happening with Any one of them? There's our leaderboard, Mohammed, Philanderer or Philander, Van Mark, Paul. It said there's Oliver. We've got a nice little race going so far in the contest. Remember, the grand prize, $4,000 Amazon gift card. Well, you can still join right now, legal. Nothing's stopping you. All right, so GovX is actually now popping. Interesting. I mean, most of the monkeypox, mpox stocks were drifting down today, but GovX is now at yesterday's high. 637 is yesterday's high. Getting there's your link, legal, right there, right there. Okay. Yeah, so I don't use the anchored VWAP, Jacob, in our YouTube room. What are my thoughts about the anchored VWAP extension? So the feature that came out recently that I like, well, I don't know how, maybe this is your first time in the room, but the go no go charts. The go no go charts is what I really like. So if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, what I would do is I would click on new and then dock channel bar. And one of the channels, the go no go charts is one of the channels. Click on it, and there is a description of what it's all about. There are a couple of videos, some text about what they are all about. We have some scans for go no go. And again, guys, if you're part of it, then don't forget you have to click on one of the alerts to turn it into the go no go charts. Well, now's your chance, legal. There you go. Actually, that's not exactly the case. The go no go charts were actually designed. This is a third-party application that we're using, Jacob. They were actually designed for longer-term holds, okay, swing trading. We, I'm using them to intraday trade, but when you click on, we have the scans that have been developed are all swing trading scans, okay? I am using it to intraday trade, but the concept behind it was not for intraday trading. All right. Well, so VRIX, which is a MPOX play, I think, right? This is an MPOX play. So for whatever reason, they are jumping a little bit. This just got halted. VRAX just got halted. Well, that's up to you, SK. I cannot. I mean, for me, for me personally, we'll probably have to get over 208 or so. But I can't. I don't want to. If you want to take it now, I mean, I know it's an AI alert. There was the AI alert, but if you look left on the monthly chart, there was some action around two, just over two. I think I have a price alert. Maybe I forgot to put it in. But I'm not an investment advisor, okay? And there we go. So you can look at the monthly chart, and there's a high right around 207. Okay, if it takes out 207, you can see on a monthly chart it's got a ton of room. So that's all I'm doing. Just going to wait and see if that happens. And that doesn't mean if it hits 208, I'm going to automatically get into the trade. But certainly if it gets there, it will have some room. All right. So yeah, I do see that DJT had a little bit of a pop here, 6.89%. It's been in a just a steady decline since the high of 46, not that long ago. When was that? That was a little over a month ago, July 15th. And ever since then, it has slid away. But having a bit of a bounce. Ooh, in fact, okay, I'm going to have to ask Michael why that didn't show up. Hmm. Again, I don't know what we're using for the relative volume in that scan now, but let me just ask Michael. Oops. Ah, I doubt it, PJ. I think it's just probably some profit or some eventually stocks will have a bounce. I don't see anything. Okay, unfortunately, so this is showing up on the scan, the 3 minute, the Go Momo 3 minute scan, but it is not shortable for me. Not shortable for me, so I cannot. Now, if I had center point, probably would be shortable. Take a look at the leaderboard again. There's Van Mark. I do recognize the name. He's been in the last few. Bezavi, I'm not trying to be, I have no idea. I have no idea if it'll bounce back. Okay. I have no idea if SMFL will bounce back. Where's the VWAP? 223. So it's way below the VWAP. So Van Mark and is ahead now, 14,000. There's Mohammed. There's Oliver. Come on, Oliver. Yeah, we got some economic numbers coming up in about 3 minutes, guys. That may affect the market. Okay, so we do have some stuff coming up at 10 o'clock Eastern time that may affect the market. All right, guys. So Target showed up on the scan. Okay, there's the orange bar, one bar pink, and then deep purple. Okay, so it did show up on the scan as a short, potential short for Target. TGT, of course, is an earnings play. Keep an eye on the BBAI, guys. I have my alert set around 207 in case it hits that. And if it does, I want to take a look at it. Okay, a little bit of a bouncer Target. I'm just watching to see if it gets back down to this area. TGT. Okay, Mara, guys. Mara's on the move. A little pop here for Mara. I see Bitcoin is up a bit, about 500. Mara, little pop here for Mara. See if Riot is also moving. So both Mara and Riot are moving. So I don't know. Let's take a look at the other one, CLSK. Yeah, so it looked like, ooh, this is interesting, guys, right there. Okay, now I'm sure it's not showing up because the relative volume is too low. Showing up, I'm talking about this scan here, the Go Momo 3 minute. Okay, I think the relative volume is just too short. It's meeting the requirements, orange turning directly to blue. That's what we're looking for. That's what the scan is looking for. Boy, so obviously the numbers that whatever the numbers came out at 10 o'clock has not well, it's affected the market in a positive way so far. So far, okay. There's a little pop here, a little bit of a little bit of sell off the top here, but basically, we're not seeing a big downturn in the market based on those numbers that came out at 10. So really, we just have to wait now. Oh, they aren't out yet. No, thank you, William. Okay. All right, keeping an eye on GDC now, guys. There we had the AI alert at 251, so it's back up to the AI alert. The high today was 290, so it does obviously has some room. Had some news. Okay, so it did have some news. Keep an eye on neon, guys. Neon right back over 4. Neon, Neon, right back over 4. Hey guys, GDC on the move here. GDC on the move a little bit, okay? GDC on the move a little bit. Just over the alert price, 251. So, I mean, look, SDIG is moving. So it's probably, if you are in it, I think you probably have to be looking at BITF. Yeah, so I think it's directly tied into BITFs because they're buying them. Bitfarm, they're buying them. So if Bitfarm goes up, SDIG in theory should go up. So what I would do if you're in SDIG, I would have this somehow. I would have this thumbnailed somewhere so you can check out the price of Bitfarm because as it moves higher, because I think it's a stock transaction as far as I can see. All right, Target starting to drift down again, guys. Target, TGT starting to drift down. So we had the alert at 163.51 in this scan here, okay, at 163.51. So it's below that price again. It did pop above it, and now it's below it. Again, this is if you want to access this scan. You go to the Market Explorer, click on News first, click on New, then Market Explorer window. Box pops up, right click on it. When you hover over strategy, another box pops up. Scroll down to the go, no go. Another box pops up, and here it is. There's the scan, the Go Momo, 3 minutes. And again, Jacob, to answer your question, these are all daily scans, okay? For a go, no go. GDC, guys, GDC. Yeah. So, well, look, obviously, Bitfarm is moving. Bitfarm is moving higher, and that's just driving SDIG up. Well, I have to switch over to the other one, Mac. Okay, you have to switch over to. Okay, Target. Again, I don't typically take these cheap, these more expensive ones, but there was the alert again for Target. Where was it? TGT 163.51. Okay, guys. So, well, you have to read the rules, legal. Okay. I mean, how you start trading, you got to load Brokerage Plus, but you got to read the rules. Okay. Here's Brokerage Plus. It's right here. Okay. And you click on New Brokerage Plus. This is the window that'll show up. You have to pick. There are three accounts. There are some. Well, there'll probably be only two accounts. One says TI Paper Trading. The other says Battle of the Bears. You must be in this account to trade. Okay. And I don't know how it can help you, Mac, when you say you have no cash. The accounts, you should have $100,000 in the account. If it's not working for you in that regard, I'll send you to our home page, okay? And you can ask what's going on. You can take a look and see what's going on. Maybe they have to, excuse me, readjust your account. So go to my homepage link. So go to my homepage link. Okay. And so when you click on my homepage link, I'm going to go over my homepage right now anyway. But you see where it says need help? Click on the need help. Click on the ask, and then click on the chat. Give them your email address that you use to sign up, and they'll take a look. Maybe they have to. I don't know. I don't know why you don't have 100,000 in that account, but you're sure you don't. But anyway, just click on the chat and give them your email address, and maybe they have to adjust your account. Okay. Okay. Legal. You've got to read the rules. But, okay. But right here. Okay, you'll be in your positions, I guess, and you see right down here when you are attached. Yeah, you make sure you know you have to be attached. The rules should say, connect, and then it may say TI paper trading. See if you can see the box right beside the ask right here. And if you click on it, one of these selections should be Battle of the Bears. And then once you're in, then that's the account you trade in. Okay. Okay. These are just old trades I had. I should get rid of them all. In the simulator, of course. It's all in the simulator, guys. So again, make sure you select Battle of the Bears in that account box right there. You can see my screen and just click on it and choose Battle of the Bears. Okay. Are you sure you have signed up? So do you see something that looks like this to start off with? Okay. So in the positions tab, that's where I always start because that's where you're going to take out, that's where you're going to take your trades. And so you have you have connected, right? You have connected. So what do you see? Do you see in this box? Do you see what? Do you see TI paper trading? Okay. So when you click on the box, when you click on it, Battle of the Bears is not an option. And you can see you can see in a little pop-up, right? Battle of the Bears is not an option. Okay. I'll have to send you have to go to the home, again, click on my homepage link and start the question. I have no idea why you're not getting that option. If you have signed up, okay, so click on my homepage link, click on my homepage link and need help. Click on the need help, click on the ask, click on the chat, and then give them the email address that you use to sign up. And just tell them you got to promise me that you've done this. Okay, you're saying that when you click on that account box, that you do not get an option that says Battle of the Bears. Ah, you signed up with a Mac. So you're using the web-based version? You're not using the downloadable application then? Well, you have to be using the downloadable application if you can see the Brokers Plus window. You signed up on your Mac. Ah, why'd you do that? I think maybe that's the problem. You got to be using the downloadable application for all this. I don't know how to help you. I honestly don't know how to help you. I mean, it doesn't. It baffles me that you don't have Battle of the Bears as an option. If you can see this screen, that means you're using the PC application, and you're in position, and you can see TI paper trading. It should click on it, and you should have that little box popping up. So, well, on a Mac, it doesn't work. You don't have a you can use the web-based version. You just it's a little more cumbersome. That's all. It's more cumbersome because you don't get this Brokerage Plus window. There's a way in which on a Mac you can still be in the trade. It's just it's a different sort of a pop-up. Hopefully it's all in the instructions. But best thing to do, guys, go to the chat, okay? It's going to be really hard for me to try to help because I just don't know what's going on individual situations, okay? So just click on my homepage link, okay? Click on my homepage link, and when you do that, there's a need help. Let me back. Okay, okay. So you see, then click on the need help, click on the ask, and then click on the chat. Give them your email address that you use to sign up. Maybe indicate you're using a Mac, or hopefully they can help you. Okay. I don't know what you're doing wrong, Grumpy. I don't know. Go to the ask again. I have no idea. I know you're in it last time. I don't know why Battle of the Bears is not showing up. So let me go to the homepage right now and the information you can find. So if you want to take out a subscription, why do you kid, Grumpy? You know, I have to take everything anybody says, I have to take at face value. So please don't kid. Okay. Just because I have to figure out something and okay. I don't know. The jobless claim numbers, I don't think they're today at all. Trade 25. I don't know what, maybe they come out tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe Friday. So, guys, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find how you can take out a subscription right now. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Whatever that code is on my homepage, use it. That'll really help to keep the room free because the room gets credit for the subscription. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, and even if you're part of this test drive, you should click on the get started. It'll run through download and install, first startup and login. More importantly, right down here, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. I mean, it's a software program. There is a learning curve. What we've tried to do in these short videos is go over the important aspects of trade ideas. Okay. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, this is a series of videos designed for you. Okay. All free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Here is our user guide. Now, again, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide, but I certainly would do the get started. I would take a look at this is in more detail. Rev B I can see is halted on the pop. What an alert window is, more detail what an alert window is, what a top list window is, the stock racing that I have a couple of races that I'm running, right here. I'm toggling back and forth. This is how you can create your own stock race. I use price alerts on charts all the time. If you did want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you can do it. Again, this is a lot of information in the user guide. Yeah, I don't have to learn everything. And last, daily support session. So today's Wednesday. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over from me at between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. I'll confirm that. Jamie sometimes listens to me, so he may answer me right now, but I will confirm whoever it's going to be, but it's more than likely going to be Jamie, who takes over for me in our YouTube room. Last, if you're looking for my scans, all right, so the 10 p.m. data being released now. So obviously there was it did get affected. Market got affected. So if you're looking for my scans, you click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here are the scans that I'm currently sharing, okay? So the top two races right here, these are them. I'm toggling back and forth between these two races. They are right here. These are the ones that I'm displaying. I am also sharing, though. You can also have this race if you want. I'm just not displaying it. This is a large cap losers. This is the momentum scan is right down here. I've added the relative strength leaders is here. Okay. So these and Pulse resumes is over here. Pulse resumes is over here. Now I am sharing a lot of other scans. You can take a look at them. I do not have them all up and running at the same time, and neither should you. Okay. That'd be way too many. Now, let's take a look at SDIG right now. I know SDIG has dropped. Let's take a look at Bitfarm, BITF. Okay. Remember what I was saying. If you took the SDIG, you had to have Bitfarm up and running, or you had to have it as a thumbnail chart somewhere to keep an eye on it because SDIG is completely tied to the Bitfarm price, BITF. You can see exactly what happened with BITF, started to drop, and look what happened with SDIG. Okay, dropped. Okay, take a look at our leaderboard now. So Spanky's showing up. So Van Mark is still leading with $13,000. Okay, this is the leaderboard with the contacts that we're running right now. Spanky in second, Charles Mohammed. There's our CEO is here. Manish, who won the last one, is here. Oliver, I don't see you, but I'm sure you will come back. Okay. So this is the leaderboard right now. I did not see anything to do with jobs on the in the economic calendar. Doesn't mean all I saw was quarterly services survey and also the Atlanta Fed's business inflation expectations. That's all I saw for 10 o'clock today, anyway. Again, at 1 o'clock, we have the 20-year bond auction. And at 2 o'clock, we just have the minutes, FOMC minutes will affect the market, no question. All right, COSM is halted, volatility halt. Let's see where it could open. So first time I'm showing this screen here, guys. This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? So there's the halt price. You can see the symbol. There's the halt price at 129. This column is giving you maybe a glimpse as to where it could open. No big clue. I mean, it's only a penny above. This doesn't have to open at 130. And if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 10:30 plus 39 seconds. Typically they are 5-minute halts. What does it show for Rev B? So this has been longer than a 5-minute halt, hasn't it? I halted at 10:20. So right now it's showing 3:30. Right now it's showing 3:30. Here's the halt price. So this looks like it's going to pop coming out of the halt. This has some news this morning. I just can't remember what it was. I don't see it in my headline news, okay, from Interactive Brokers. I don't see it. Interesting, Spanky, interesting. It just did not show in my economic calendar. I don't know if that was a change regarding those numbers. Well, it has an effect. I mean, it looked like it had an effect and then a non-effect. So, GDC right back up, guys. SMWB. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Looks like it only started trading back here in June. Nope, I'm wrong. Sorry. Similar Web, SMWB. I don't think I've ever seen them. They're out of Israel. Oh, look at GDC now, guys. GDC. Boy, this ASTS still, what is it doing today? Yeah, still, it's up 5%. What a run it's been on. Weekly run. A couple of months ago, $13 stock, 36, basically a triple. Woof, I missed this one, guys. We had an alert. 228 for FFIE from that scan. The momentum, the Go Momo scan, scam, not scan. I can't see him, legal. I mean, they should show somewhere in your account. Okay. Okay. So you can go to this should be working now. Go to click new and then click on dock channel bar. Okay. Click on dock channel bar. And then right here, PMC Master Challenge. This is what I do anyway. Click on the PMC Master Challenge. And then the welcome screen. Now, this popped on my other monitor right here. It shows you the leaderboard right now. You can actually take this and move it out. So even when you close down the channel, this will remain. Okay. If you want to have it up and running all the time. Okay. So right now, here is the leaderboard. Spanky on top, Van Mark. Spanky! Is that our Spanky? All right. I always want to cheer anybody who is in the room. Okay. I'm not trying to play favorites or anything, but well, I am playing favorites. If I see somebody who's in our room, either YouTube or the main room, I will cheer you guys on. So Spanky is leading right now. There's Oliver. And there could be others. I just don't recognize the names in the room. Okay, guys, an explanation about what Trade Ideas is all about. I'm going to use the momentum scan to demonstrate for those of you who are new. And if you are new, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. Eastern, that I'm on the mic. I'm usually knocking off a little bit earlier than 3 p.m., but the main room is usually now open until 4. William keeps it open, no obligation, but he's been keeping it open till 4 most of the time. So when I do leave, the main room is still open. So in this momentum scan, what I'm going to do, I just want to duplicate it into a free floating window so it's a little easier to display. Here it is. So if I right click on it and click on configure and summary. So there are a lot of screening programs out there. We screen, of course, but what we're excellent at is real-time alerting. So this is the screening aspect of this scan. If the price in this particular scan, and this is the one I'm sharing on my homepage, if the price is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3. This is a great filter that we've got. If the current volume is at least 3, that means it's got to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. So let's call it right now 10:30 Eastern time. This is why I call it a momentum scan, because the volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal. And in 5 minutes, 400% are normal. So these are the filters that I'm using in this scan. So if all of the filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So there's that great alert from our AI so far. GDC at 10:32 plus 31 seconds made a new high, met all these filter requirements. I made a new high of the day at 308. Okay. So we are now, actually, that's the last time. So I thought, okay, it's not that long ago. We're at 10:35. So since then, no other stock has met any of the filter requirements and made a new high for the day. And these are all real-time alerts. So if you like this scan the way it is, you can have it. But of course, if you want to make some changes, you can. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe there's a filter you would like to add, or maybe you want to take one of these out. That is completely up to you. This is what I like to see. It doesn't have to necessarily be what you want to see. And you can see, just looking at the numbers that are coming out. So far, it didn't really affect the market that much. Now, if you want to build your own scan from scratch, of course you can. So you can see, this time I clicked on search from that alert window. You can see right at the very top, the new high and the new low of the day. Two most popular real-time alerts that we've got. But you can see as I scroll down that we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling, these are the filters that we've got. These are the screening, the filters that we've got. We have a lot of them also. So first of all, if you're looking at this for the first time, please don't get overwhelmed. You do not have to learn everything, okay? The only reason there are so many of these is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. How do you know I'm missing a GDC? How do you know? Only yakking about it. Now, the reason you're not seeing it here is that on mine, I decided to put a 5 minute, I didn't want to see them over and over again. So I put in a 5 minute. That's why I'm not seeing it over and over again. You don't have to do the same thing. In fact, if you have my momentum scan, you are seeing it over and over again as it made a new high. But what I did is I put, and I'll show you what I did, but let me just keep going. So when the company started 20 years ago, over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create all these different real-time alerts and all of these filters. Okay. Now, personally, all I use is the new high of the day and the new low of the day and just a handful of the filters. Okay. Some of the, I like a price range, minimum volume, things like that. It doesn't mean that the ones I'm not using are bad. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. You might, but so that's why we've got all of these, but you don't have to learn them all. So don't get overwhelmed by all this information. I see COSM just opened, and you can see COSM opened 10:37 at 150 real-time alert. So somebody asked, where is GDC potentially opening? So this is turning into be a sensational one for my AI, and this is what I'm talking about. We had an alert at 251. I kept saying if it gets back up to 251, guys, remember it dipped down below at the beginning. I got actually down to, what did it get down to, about 228 or 247? Can't really remember. We had the alert at 940, but back up to 251. So right now it's up 41% from the alert. It's probably going to be up more because that is the potential of where it's going to open, and that is GDC. Okay. Now this doesn't have to hold. This is this column again. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen you're seeing here, nothing to do with trade ideas. It's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Yeah, so those numbers, yeah, Stevie, and look at that. Look at the SPY. Nice move on the SPY. So whatever those numbers were. So this column displays where the potential open is. Okay, it doesn't have to hold. You can see how it changes. And again, typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 10:41 plus 25 seconds. Okay. What you talking about GDC? I mean, yeah, we don't. Again, nothing's written in stone, but this is trying to give you a projection of where it could open. At least it's above. Right now, it looks like it's above the halt price. It's called time and sales. Okay, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, time and sales. Uh, 10:36, 10:41. Let me just hang around. Okay, I'll load that. I don't look at this channel, but let's take a look. I see what you're talking about. My guess is these are the symbols that have been traded mainly. My guess. That's my guess. Okay. If you're asking that question. Okay. All right. So GDC open, guys. So it did pop above the alt price. That was on my list of stocks to watch this morning. And this was the news. Oh man, GDC launches TikTok account to share the latest AI related news and trends. That was the news, but and it's a low float, 11.5 million in the float. Yeah, it's a monkeypox play, Edward. Okay, Mpox. Cosmos Health retains exclusive rights to distribute Mpox virus PCR detection kits in Greece and Cyprus. That was the news for COSM, and that is I just using my news source from Interactive Brokers. Okay, for wondering where I'm getting that news. Oh man, GDC. I'm sorry. Yeah, GDC, not GDS. Well, let's take a look at GDS. Why not? The GDs are wild today, but look at this market. So whatever those numbers were, market liked it. Take a look at our leaderboard. Spanky is still leading. Van Mark Scott trades. I recognizing some of these names. Oh, I remember this one. I don't have shorts. I don't have shorts unless they just got snapped up. I do not have shorts for GDC unless they just got snapped up at Interactive Brokers. So Grumpy, what setup window am I using? What do you mean by setup window? What setup window? Well, I'm sharing a lot of windows. So what are you talking about the go 5 minute the go 3 minute? Like what I'm sharing obviously I'm sharing a lot of windows. So I'm opening each one individually and it can go. Are you talking about the dock window here? I'm not sharing the dock window. I'm sharing the individual scans. You can pick and choose what you want. So the momentum scan, the relative strength leaders from the let me say from the open, but and these two races and they're all on my homepage. You've been here enough. I just don't have a doc created for you guys. A lot of people don't like docs, so Well, I'm missing the boat on a few of these now. I've been able to. Oh, now what about keys here? Let's take a look at keys. But you know all this, right? You know all this, Grumpy. You have to know this. So clicking on my homepage link, here are the scans that I'm sharing, or just well, here's the ones I'm sharing, and then here are the ones I'm displaying. These two top races right here, toggling back and forth. Pulse resumes is over here. Momentum is down here, and then the relative strength leaders is here. So, but you know that. I'm just not sharing it. I mean, I could give this to you if you really want, but I'm just not sharing. The reason I don't share the dock windows is because some people don't like them. Okay, so I choose to just, you can want to create your own dock if you want, but the individual windows are available. And if you want to create a dock, you can go to the guide and it shows you how you can create a dock window. It's just that I used to share the dock, and then people were having a problem with it. So I said, you know what? It's easier just to show the individual scans, and then you can choose whether or not you want to dock them or not. Docking is not necessary. Yes, I will explain it. So basically, it's looking for a very specific pattern. Okay, it's looking for a pattern like with keys. Okay, if you can see keys, it's looking for a very specific pattern, and so you can see there's an orange bar there. Now, again, if you go to the Go No Go channel, it's all explained in terms of what the colors are meant, or the meanings of the colors. So orange basically means when you see orange, it's saying, stay out of the trade. There's no advantage. They don't see an advantage either going short or long. Then you get a transition, okay, and you can see there is a sort of what I'm going to call cyan, okay, and then there's blue. So what the scan is looking for is if you have an orange bar and then either no transition, it goes right to blue, or only one bar in between the orange and the blue, we get an alert. Okay, that's what we're looking for. So, for instance, you see here we had an orange, but it did not transition to blue immediately, or with a bar in between. But that's what the scan is looking for. Is looking for orange, and then when does the blue happen? Immediately after, or only one bar in between? A 3-minute chart only, exactly. We're running on 3-minute charts because we're trying to catch the trend. We're trying to catch the trend early enough, okay? Yeah, now look at the market. Definitely, in chop mode now. Okay, so that's what the scan is looking for. On the upside, that's on the upside, and on the downside, the same principle. If we had an orange bar, and then if the next bar was deep purple, then we get an alert, or only the pink in between the orange and the deep purple. That is what the scan is looking for. So you can see right. Okay, so this is what happened. Interesting. I have to figure out why it alerted right here. Okay. Here we go. I think what happened is you can see there's orange, pink, and now deep purple. We got the alert because at one point this was deep purple, but now you see how it's changing back to the pink. Okay, that's because the stock obviously is moving up a little bit, but it could get back to the deep purple. So this scan is called Go Momo 3 minutes, and you can access it from. You click on New, and then click on Market Explorer. Market Explorer box pops up. Right click on it, select Strategy. Pops up, another box pops up. Scroll down to the Go No Go. Another box pops up, and it's right here. The Go Momo 3 minutes. Okay, that's what I'm using, and you can actually incorporate it as part of your layout, so you don't have to load it every day. So, Christine, right now the best promo code is 15 minute is a 15-minute off, but I mean a 15 minute, 15% off. You could probably wait though, because I'm sure there will probably be a better one next week. Okay, better one next week because well, mine is not on. You mean on the screen I'm sharing? No, I have it on another. I have it on another monitor. Okay, I just have it on another monitor. I mean, I have some of my other things are on other monitors. Take a look at the leaderboard. Spanky is still ahead. So here's our leaderboard. So this was last. This was the winner of the last contest. Was Manish. There's Oliver coming right back. I knew you would. I knew you would. And there's Captain Para still hanging in there in the top 10. And there's Spanky, our Spanky. Okay, guys. So I really haven't had a lot of. I've been answering some questions offline that you cannot see. So, but let me go over the races. Okay, I'll show you what these races are all about. Yeah. So if you're in the contest, probably what a lot of people are doing is they're shorting, stocks that are kind of gone parabolic. More than likely, that's how you have to do it if you want to try to win this race. It's not necessarily looking at stocks that are already down. It's looking at stocks like a GDS and maybe or cheaper, and shorting like maybe the GDC as an example. The GDC up here, if you can time it right, take enough shares. It's probably what most people are doing in order to try to win the race, or not win the race, win the contest. So, what are the races all about? So, I am running a couple of races. You can see I just toggle back and forth. So, this one I'm calling biggest gainers from the open percent. So, what that means is 4 minute. I'm running 4 minute races. Again, if you go to my homepage, go to the education section, and then go to the guide, there's a whole section on how you can create your own stock race. This is the race I'm running. So I'm running 4 minute races. And so what that means is what that 8.96% means is that since the race started over almost 3 minutes ago, VRA has moved the most, 8.96% since the race started. Let's click on it and see what's happening. And you can see since the race started, again, this is 3 minutes ago. So you'd have to look back here. But since now, Rev B now has taken over the top position. Okay, you can see what it's doing. It's just having a little bit of a pop. Time is it right now? I'll wait and see who's going to win this race because notice what happens. A top 10 list is automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. And you can see that Rev B has won 6 races, GDC has won 4 races. VRAX has not won a race yet. Probably won't win this race now. But what I would be doing, any stock you see here, I would click on it just to see what's happening. What does it look like? VRAX and GovX are two MPOX plays. So let's see if Rev B holds on to win its 7th race. And the answer is yes. So Rev B just won, and you can see that 6 is now changing to a 7. Okay? So you can follow these stocks all day long. Now, the question should be, why are these stocks showing up? How come what makes them special? Well, if I right click on the race and I open the top list, all races start from a top list window. Popped on my other monitor. So this is the top list that the race is based on. Notice when I right click on the top list, it says launch real-time stock race. So all races start off from a top list window and then you launch the race from it. Now you can create your own top list window with your own parameters. This is what I'm using. Right click, configure, summary. So for my race, in this race, I want to see stocks between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares have traded, up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If a stock meets all these filter requirements, it'll be in this list of stocks. Okay, so that's number 1. Number 2, before we had races, this is how people would use a top list window. A very common question would be, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as I had a column header, and that says C, change from the close percent, that's the C percent. If I left click on it, double left click on it, this tells me the stocks that are up the most today, meeting my filter requirements, the price range I like, etc. So Rev B is up 149% from yesterday's close. GDC, 72%, etc. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from their opening trade of the day, all I have to do now, I have change from the open percent. So VRAX is up 42%. Okay. And Neon is up 39%, etc. So that's good. I mean, if you want to just follow these sort of stocks, that's fine. But what the race does, it takes it to another level. What would happen if, for instance, if I go down, let's take a look at Lucid. Okay, well, take a look at Lucid. It's a stock that some of you know. What if all of a sudden, for some reason, Lucid started to move up? Right now it's at 5.9%, up from the change from the close. But what if all of a sudden it was now 8%, 10%, 15% from the change from the close? How would you ever know that? You got a huge list of stocks. You would never, ever know that. So that's what the race does. The race doesn't care whether a stock is near the high of the day, up the most from the close, up the most from the open. All it cares about is what stock moved the most since the race started. And so again, I'm running 4-minute races. So 3 minutes into this race, SXTP has moved the most. It's only up a nickel, but that's 3%. Now you can flip your top list. You can flip it. You can't flip the race itself. I don't think it's flippable, but you can open your top list, and then you can flip the top list and then run the race on that. I actually think I may have one that I created a while back. Let me just see if I still have it. Okay, I've got large cap losers, which I know I guess okay, biggest losers from the open. I think that's it. Yeah, so these stocks are down for the day, okay? So if you want, you can have this. This is the biggest losers from the open. Basically, the flip, the biggest gainers from the open, okay? So if you want it, I can give it to you. And anybody else who does want it. Well, biggest losers from the open. Okay, just got to find it again. Okay, Iris, here it is. Ah, I've got to reload, not reload. I can't post anything in YouTube right now. It's giving me that error message. So just give me a moment, okay, Iris? Remember how to do this. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just having to. Hopefully, this works. Okay, there you go. There is the. There's the post. Should be proud of me, Pepe. I haven't written it down. No, I did not keep my target short. As the market was moving. So unfortunately, I did not keep my target short. But so Nathaniel, let's take a look at the race now, guys. So there's Spanky still holding the lead. Nathaniel creeping up. There's Manish who won the last one, the last contest. I keep saying the race, the contest. Manish won the last one. I think I. There's Oliver. Our Andy. Here's Andy. Our Andy. Our Andy and that Andy Lindloff. Some of you know him. I Trade Ideas. Guys, and there's still time. You want to take part in this contest, you can still do it. I'll give you the link. Don't think that you're too late. You can see how some people come in the leaderboard, off the leaderboard. So here's the link to get into the trading contest. Okay, so when you click on it, you'll have the balance of today and tomorrow and Friday, and then the contest is over. $7.77. If you're a premium subscriber, you have access to the contest. You don't have to pay the 777. If you're a standard subscriber, you've got to pay the 777. And of course, if you don't have trade ideas at all, good opportunity to at least try us out for the next 4 trading days. Oh, the balance of today, Thursday, Friday, and Monday. Okay. Now, again, when the contest is over, when everything is over, there's nothing to unsubscribe from. Okay. Please don't ask our support people to unsubscribe you and then demand an email back as verification. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. Okay. And it is a short only contest. You can only short stocks. Whoa, there's Nathaniel taking over the lead now from Spanky. Nathaniel taking over the lead from Spanky. There's Oliver still hanging in there. Nobody can answer a question like that, Dale. What do I buy? Okay. I don't know if you're kidding or not. This is, nobody can answer a question like that. Now, if you're new to trading, I can just show you a series of videos that you can take a look at, all free. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, okay, well, here's a good starting point. Okay, click on my homepage link. This is what you're going to find, and where it says Trading 101, a series of videos, all free. There's a lot of them. They start off very, very basic. What is a stock? I think that's the first video. And Michael Noss at Intraday has put this together. Okay, so it's all free. So I would start there because there's a lot to learn. Okay, there's no instant gratification in this, unfortunately. Okay, now maybe I can start taking a look at some. Look how this flipped. Remember, Nathaniel was right at the top here at 18,000. So whatever he was in short must have popped up on him. So now Manish, who won the last one, is that now Nathaniel's back? Much more. This race, this contest is way more interesting for me than the last one. There's going to be a lot more action. My guess is that a lot of people probably shorted this GDC. Okay, guys, 11:11. So, in a pretty fast morning, let's take a look at the market. Of course, we had the pop, then the drop, now another recovery. By the way, no, I'm sorry, that would have been a short opportunity, really. That's what it's trying to tell you. Okay, guys, if I've missed a question, please maybe repost. I've just scrolled up. I don't think I've missed any questions, but you never know. Now, if this turns blue, if this does turn blue, ASTS, right there, that bar I'm pointing at, it may not, but that would be the pattern, orange, cyan, and if it does turn blue, what time is it now? This started at 11:12, 11:15 closed. Just give me a moment, please. Just give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Oof, that target short would have been awesome to hold. I just couldn't do it. You know, it was moving up with the market, but then I guess when those numbers, well, they came out, but they didn't really affect the. Well, they affected the market positively to begin with. Okay. Okay, Nathaniel leading now, 17,000. Van Mark 13,000. Manish has dropped down. You can see how this is fluctuates a lot, guys. So again, if you think you're too late to join the contest, you're not. Remember, grand prize, first prize, $4,000 Amazon gift card. Okay, and also this contest is sponsored by Centerpoint. So if you wanted to open up a Centerpoint brokerage account, I think they're offering $15,000 credits, things like that. Just have to read through though. Well, let's take a look at Target now. Where could it keep moving down to? PGT. So there was the alert. Okay, there you can see the pattern. Okay, there's the orange, there's the pink, and then there's the deep purple. That's where we had the alert. Right, I think it was 163.75. Okay, 163.51 to be exact. To short it, potential short. Again, like anything else, nothing is infallible. So I was in this one, and then unfortunately, when this started happening, I got out, made a little bit on it, but man, now what this is telling you here on the pink, this is telling you that if you did take this short here, when it starts turning pink, it's warning you that the trend may be over, okay, or it's starting to soften. The trend is starting to soften. Okay, now deep purple means it's a strong downward trend, but the minute it transitions to the pink, it's sort of telling you, okay, be careful because the trend may be over. Now, then all of a sudden, of course, this is really kind of trading with the market to a certain extent, because then the market did this, and this is doing this now to target. $100,000, no, only $100,000, no margin, Grumpy. Of course, if you make money, you'll have more than $100,000 to play with, but yeah, there's no margin. Just like last time. And I want to see you on this leaderboard. Okay, I want to see you on this leaderboard. Don't let me down. All right. So how is it EBS? So this is certainly lagging. This is a monkeypox play also, but this is lagging. So VTAC got halted, guy. Okay, now this one could get interesting. VTAC got halted on the way up. VTAK got halted on the way up. And let's take a look at where it could open. 211. Okay, now this is an Amex stock. Now, a lot of times, Amex is kind of weird in terms of the projection of the open. In fact, sometimes it's not even listed, but it is an Amex stock. We do not see too many Amex, too many from Amex. So, guys, also, I mean, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay, so you can ask questions all day long. So if you're sitting out there wondering if you can ask a question, are you interrupting me? The answer is you can answer a question, yes, and no, you are not interrupting me. I mean, if I'm doing something where I can't, where I requires my concentration, I'll let you know. But most of the time, that's just not the case. So, Genie, let's take a look at this Genie, guys. Genius Sports, this is having a nice day. Too bad we didn't get the transition here. So, does everybody understand? If you don't understand, please, I will, I don't mind going over it again. If you don't understand what I'm talking about on this transition, just, please ask. Well, you're well, I'm not saying nobody else is having the problem. So what I'm going to do, Daniel, I'm going to just post that into our Slack, our Trade Ideas Slack, and see if there's been other people saying the same thing. So just the only way I can we can find that out is I'm going to see. I've just asked the guys, are we getting a lot of complaints? and I can actually pull the room. Anybody else having the same problems that Daniel is having with the beta version? Crash, freezing up, and crashing when changing channels from go no go. So, what do you mean by that exactly? So, you're talking about going to the dock channel bar and then going to go no go. So, here's the go no go channel. That is an issue. Whoa. Do I want to do that? All right. Now, do I want to crash? So, you're talking about going to S&P 500 channel? Is this the only one, or did you try other channels? Okay. Well, I don't want mine to. Well, if it crashes, it crashes. I mean, it's not a big deal. Just have to reload. But let's see what happens. Now, I'm not on the same version as you guys, so that's why it's. But okay. Uh, okay. So it did not crash for me, but I'm not on the same version as you guys. I'm always on a. I'm on a development version. So So is it just when you start off on a go no go channel, or does it matter if you went to another channel? Okay, guys. Well, I pass it on. Nothing I can do about it, of course, but I have passed it on, and we'll see if it's more widespread. I don't know. Oh, I wish I'd seen this one right at the beginning of the day. Now, probably would not have seen it because of the relative volume, or maybe the volume. Look at VIPS, VIPS. This was an earnings play yesterday. We had the orange bar, and then we had the blue, and so you would have had the alert right here at $12. So it's not a huge move, but it's been pretty steady. Here we go. So VTAK, that was a long halt. 10-minute halt, guys. VTAK, long halt. 205. Okay. Look at the spread. No, Grumpy, there's not. That's why I opened mine at 9:30. Okay, guys. Well, VTAC, of course, VTAC has got some room. The spread is still a bit of an issue. Get Doc in the web. Okay, there's no docking available in the web, Marcus. At least not that I'm aware of. I should load just in case, unless they've changed something. I don't use the web-based version, but so before I say that, let me. All right, here is the web-based version, and yeah, there's no docking in the web. Okay. Okay, there's no docking in the web. Just looking. Okay, there's no option to dock. Well, Nathan, again, I know you had this problem yesterday. Not much I can do. I mean, you say you've given them your email address they use to sign up for the test drive, and they can't find it somehow. I can just keep directing you. There's nothing more I cannot help you. You can't log in. They because typically when people give us that query, we they give us their email address that they use for the contest to start the contest. Okay, that they signed up for the contest, and then they go and check your account. And you said yesterday they can't seem to find your account. So all I can do again is just direct you to our homepage and start a chat again. So again, if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link and then start the whole process again. Um, they have to be able to find your email address that you use to sign up for the contest. So click on the need help, and then okay, they are looking good today. Okay, ask. Okay, so you already started it, and then the chat. Nothing more I can do. I have no access to your account, so I can't help. Hopefully, they can help you figure out why you're not able to log in. Okay. I'm sorry. Somebody asked about TGT and what does it look like on Go No Go, or is that did I ask a question, or somebody asked that question earlier? So, Marcus, did you hear my explanation? You cannot dock. You cannot use docking in our web-based version. Oh, Jungle Gym. Okay. Sorry, I'm just plugging a few directions here. But I can say this is that, yeah, it's still looking good. No pink yet. No pink on either the five. I like to see the confirmation on the five and the three. Okay. So I don't understand what you mean by the window just gets lost, Marcus. On the web-based version, y- are you trying to do? Okay, can you see my screen? Are you trying to do something like this in the web-based version, where I've got these four windows? They're in what we call a docked window. Is that what you meant by docking a new window? That doesn't help me. I see you're at. Okay, so I see what you're pointing to. You're pointing down to volume radar or something, or this window here. Anyone know how to dock this window inside a TI for web? My liked? Are you talking about you want your liked? Okay, Nathan, the first thing you should do is take a look at these short videos. Now, you probably don't have to look at them all. If you have downloaded the program, at least if the program is at least if you got a toolbar and all that. Okay, give me a moment, Marcus. Okay, I'm trying to answer Nathan in our YouTube room. Also, so click on my homepage link, Nathan. Okay, click on the homepage link, and where it says "Get Started." Okay, click on the "Get Started." You may not have to, look at every video, but if you're just starting out, if you haven't downloaded the program, here's your download and install. First, start up and log in. Here's all about our toolbar. But introduction to scans, okay? Important introduction to scans. Top list windows and alert windows. That's what I would do. That's why we created this top 10 or these 10 short videos for people who just start out with the program, okay? So you can start off there. Okay, let me load this. Let me load the web-based version again. Where is my liked in the first place? Oh, stocks I like. Okay, right at the top here. Okay. So configure and pop out. So are you trying to get this as part of your layout? Listen, Marcus, I'll tell you right off the bat, I'm not used to the web-based version at all. Well, I saw your screenshot. I'm not used to using the web-based version at all. Okay. So yeah, I did see your screenshot. Okay. Custom on. Okay. And it's pointing down to here. How do I get this window, my liked, inside of my custom channel? Oh, I see. So you actually created a custom channel. I didn't even know you could do that in our web-based version. You know what? I don't know, Marcus. I'm sorry. I have no experience with the web-based version. All I know, I can pop this out. I can pop it out. So now it's free floating. So I've taken it out of the channel. So now it is free float. I just took this one. It is free floating. I might have to direct you to some. I don't know. I literally do not know. Okay, I don't use this at all, so I don't know. I'll have to direct you. Maybe Chris knows. Okay, I'll direct you to our again. Click on my homepage link. I apologize, but I just don't know. So click on my homepage link, and it's possible Chris will know. Okay. So click on my homepage link and then start the need help. Come on, where is it? There it is, need help. Click on the need help, click on the ask, and then start a chat. And just ask that very question. Okay. I just posted above. Okay. I just posted above where you just ask, where's my homepage link? Okay. I just posted above your question. Well, I can't help you. I just don't have any experience with it. So I've reposted everything into our Slack channel, and okay, so I'm sorry, I just can't help you. I'm hopefully I just reposted what you posted, and I'll see. Well, it says Steve answered you. Okay, and I guess the issue is you don't like the answer. Because I'm just reading here, you have to save it as a new layout. You cannot go back in the dock. You're trying to return the web windows to the dock. You can't do it. Okay. When you say you do not get, when you say you do not, well, I'm only going by what they're telling me. It says Steve answered you. You have to save it as a new layout, and you cannot go back into a dock. You're 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 trying to return the web windows to the dock. You can't do it. The function is not programmed in. Well, it appears you don't like the answer then. All right, Steve. Okay, maybe I can find. Jeez. Just a minute. Just a minute, Marcus. Okay. So Nathan, in our YouTube room, what do you mean? How do you come to this page? Okay, I don't understand what you mean. Okay, I posted my homepage link. I posted my homepage link for you. Your question was, oops, sorry, I just reposted what you. Maybe check your email. And this is what he's saying. Okay, Marcus. Okay, okay, Nathan. So what do you mean by how do you come to this page? Okay, you click on my homepage link. You click on my homepage link. I'm talking to Nathan in a YouTube room. You click on the homepage link, okay, as I indicated, and there's the get started. There is the get started. Here are the short videos. Your question was, how does one start and familiarize yourself with your platform? This was the answer, okay? Click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit and where it says get started, okay? And there are the 10 short videos. All right, guys. Well, let me see. Oops, there's a phone call. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, let's take a look at the leaderboard again. So Nathaniel is still on top here, 23,000. Hey, Captain Para, back up to number three. Okay. And there's Andy, our Andy, Andy Lindloff, who is in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 on Fridays. Manish is still in the top 10. There's Oliver still in the top 10. So we know Andy. Well, we know Andy, of course, Manish, Captain Para, and Oliver. So we have some people to cheer on. No problem, Captain. Yeah, DJT on the move here, guys. Not quite the pattern. Now, look, you don't have to, you don't have to be only beholden to the actual pattern from the scan, of course. I mean, the whole idea of this is, I mean, when this started happening, you can take the trade. This is telling you it's turning into a very strong looking stock here. You've got the orange, meaning don't take the trade, no advantage one way or the other. At least that's what it's trying to tell you. It's transitioning, and the nice thing about this was that it was transitioning, but with not huge bars. Okay. Transitioning, starting to tell you, okay, the trend is starting to firm up on the long side. And then when it turns blue, it's saying now it's a lot firmer. It doesn't absolutely mean a stock is going to keep doing this though. I think people got the way wrong idea that, okay, just take the trade and it's got to work. Well, in this particular case, of course it did, but it doesn't absolutely mean it's going to do something like this. I'm not talking about just DJT, but any stock in this pattern. And yes, Jamie just confirmed. Oh wow, 11:51 already. So 11:51. So Jamie will be taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 9 minutes or so. Sometimes he's a little early, so what I'm going to do is just put the announcement in that I'll be on my break. So back around 1 p.m. ET once he shows up. I'm going to put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Jamie. All right, there's the YouTube link, guys. So when I take off out of the main room, you can head over to YouTube, listen to Jamie. Always think it's a good idea to head over and listen to whoever takes over for me in YouTube between 12 and 1, 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. We all have different trading styles. Okay. So it's always, I think, a good idea to listen to somebody else's trading style. Okay, FWONK, FWONK. So this is interesting. This Liberty Mutual. Actually, the spread is pretty good. This is a suggestion to short. My problem with it would be, there might be too much too much support not far away. Okay, looking at a 3-minute chart, I'd like to see something a little cleaner that it could keep moving down before it hits these which are only 20 cents away on a $77 stock. So all right, guys. So Nathan, are you okay? You got to the page. You got to the section that's the getting started. Take a look at some of these cheaper ones here. All right, Riley just got halted on the. Wow, okay, now big pop for Riley here, guys. Okay, big pop. Maybe the that was way too. Yeah, that would be too quick. I wonder if Riley even showed up. Probably not because of the relative volume. So all the Rileys are being halted here now, guys. The Rileys, all these different classifications of Riley stock being halted. And again, maybe, the resumption of this guy, B. Riley, I think Brandon Riley or whatever his name is, a couple of days ago, 3 or 4 days ago, said that he would be willing to take the company over for $7 a share. But I don't see any new news on that. So let's see where it could open. So, $6. Look at all these different classification of Riley shares. Don't ask me what they all are, guys. So, okay, so that is what Wiggle Boss is posting. Oak Tree said near a deal for a majority stake in 2 B. Riley units. Okay, so that's nothing to do with B. Riley then. The guy who said yeah, the founder, one of the founders, I guess, who said he would be willing to take it all over at $7. So here is the news. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:57. So Jamie should be showing up any moment now. And I just heard a little pop, so I think Jamie's in our YouTube room right now. So, okay, guys, so I'm going to head out of the main room. I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And now I can welcome Jamie into our YouTube room today. Good morning, Jamie.
Well, hello, Barry.
Don't ask.
Well, I've been listening out of the corner of my ear all morning, so I think I already know. Yeah.
Okay. But anyway, it comes with the territory on certain days. So today, just a lot of, I have no problem answering the questions, of course, but trying to help people. Haven't been able to really trade very much. I was able to take a target short early, and I did get into the GDC one from our AI, which worked out great early.
Yeah.
And that's it. But, that's all I need. That's all I really needed.
A little bit is better than nada, as the song goes.
I don't know that song.
It was in, I can't remember the band, but it was in the movie Tin Cup.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'll have to rewatch it.
Something in the Texas Tornadoes, I think.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah. A little bit of
now, what about you?
Trivia.
What about you? Did you do anything today?
I, popped off a few trades and, of course, trying to engage in the contest as well. Started off pretty good. You saw me bouncing around like number 10 for a little bit there, 8, and then the wheels kind of fell off.
Are you under Jamie? Are you Jamie?
Correct.
Okay. I guess I didn't see you, but
yeah, it was very brief. It was very brief.
Okay.
And I was short 5 things, and they were all working. I'm like, yeah, and then we got
They reversed on you.
they put the brakes on, and but there is still hope. There's still hope.
There's always hope, and I've told people, even if you're not in the contest yet, you can still join because this leaderboard, leaderboard can fluctuate wildly depending on what people do. And now
Hmm.
that it's more wide open than the last one,
Yes.
there are opportunities to make big moves. The
Yep.
last one, I understand what I know what we were trying to do with the last one, but I much prefer this. It's a lot more exciting.
It is, and I mean, short only with this market makes for makes for good entertainment. And I see Andy up there representing the
Yeah,
crew at
our
number
own
four.
Andy
Yeah.
Lidloff. Maybe on
Mhm.
Friday when he takes over YouTube, he'll still be in at least in the top 10.
Yeah, and when that what was the one? The one that was the AI trade. Yeah, the GDC.
Mm, yes,
And I
that
got
probably would. Yeah,
should have shorted that thing. I remember it was halted. I'm like, I should pop that thing short when it opens, but somehow that
shoulda,
escaped
coulda,
my
woulda.
brain. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, my
Um,
friend,
in
I
any
will.
case, yes, I'm sure you have things to do,
I do
so
have
we'll
things to do.
see you when
So,
you get back.
merci beaucoup. We'll see you in about an hour.
Very good. Let me go ahead and grab the screen here. I guess that would help.
Would help. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. We're good to go. Well, I'll see you later. Ciao, Barry. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my desktop. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. To all you regulars, hello. And if you're new, maybe coming to us from the trading competition slash test drive, well, then welcome. And this is the hour that we allocate for the live support sesh while Barry takes his break. So there's no pre-planned content here. We're just going to be talking shop, stocks, charts, and trade ideas, bro. And of course, we've got the contest going on right now. So, very entertaining day thus far. Let's see who's in the lead right now. Nathaniel, okay, still got a pretty good margin over Van Mark, and then Andy nipping at their heels at number 3, and Captain Para is pretty much nipping at Andy's heels. Ooh, we just had a little shift there. So those two are battling it out for third and fourth place, and it's only day one, so a lot can change over the next 2 days as far as the contest goes. All right, so just use the questions panel if you guys have any questions. Use that questions panel to get them out there. I do have some rudimentary chart reading abilities, as you all know. Um, so I can take a look at some stocks if you'd like me to on the, well, whatever time frame you would like. Of course, interestingly enough, if you look at this tree map up top here, Dawn of the Dead, of course, GDC was on that guy right here. Of course, right off the open with the AI. What time did we get the signal? 10 minutes in, right? The AI called that at 251, a break up to almost $4. I think the high of that candle was 396. So, man, you can't really get much better than that for an intraday pop. Interesting that the black line here, that's volume weighted average price, VWAP for the day, ruled the roost the whole way up, acted as support for a little while, but now breaking down. And also the orange line is the 10 period simple moving average. So looks like the party's over for GDC as of now, especially if this candle right here closes in about 9 or about 11 minutes from now. Confirmation below the 10 and the VWAP, whereas right here was a little iffy, but yep, looks like the sellers are coming back out. All right, it appears the questions panel is updated. No new questions coming in, but if you do have one, just get it out there. In the meantime, we'll just scan through some more chart skis here. And we'll gap up on SMFL. Not really wanting to give a whole lot back or go any higher. Same thing with SDIG. We know what GDC did. Not a bad start for Neon. Just a nice stair step up. We squinch it up a little bit here, but we'll see a pretty good entry opportunity there. Clearly buyer in control here. Takes a nice little wick and then right back down, making for a couple of different levels here that I would find interesting, right? Now, if we mark off the true high, wick right there. Of course, that's a personal preference. A lot of people, are of the theory if it wicks there, it can trade there again. This is the classic example of that. So if we include the wick, real breakout point was right here at 425. Did go up to almost $5. So that is a 75-cent move for a little neon here as we broke above that wick in the opening 10 minutes there. So 409 here, if you're using candle bodies, 425 here. But regardless, boom, 75 cents on the table there. Pretty significant percentage. Hey, what's up, Nestor? Any good trade of today? Well, as far as the contest goes, I had some good trades and then they turned not so good. I mean, GDC is about the best thing, uh, or excuse me, what was the one? Yeah. I'm sorry. We just went to 5 minutes there. Best looking trade of the day is the GDC, which was produced by the AI. I did not participate. I've hit a few random trades today, made, a minimal amount of cash in my regular trading, and that's okay. Plenty of other things keeping me busy today. Yes, I did miss the GDC, Nestor, but that's okay. Especially when there's a contest, and in essence, those always coincide with our test drive, right? So we've got a lot of new users hitting the system right now. Kind of keeps us busy over here during these periods. Give me 1 second, ladies and gents. Looks like Van Mark has taken a jump. He's now in the lead by about an $8,000 margin over Nathaniel, coming in at 31, almost 31,600. So yeah, things are getting interesting here. As far as my only contest trade, this is the only trade I have left. You can see I sold some here, had a nice move, thought we were going to break down. Sold a little bit more there, sold a little bit more here. So I'm at the mercy of the stop, which is right here at 242. When we're looking at PETA on the daily, this is the limited daily, so if we zoomed out a little bit, went to weekly, just 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks of trading. And if we come back here, let's see, where is my anchor? Hold on. Oops. I'm trying to find my pane there. Okay, thank you. There we go. All right, so what I was looking for, I guess since I've squished it, there we go. All right, so there we go. There's my anchor. So if we anchor to this first day, look what it did yesterday. It went right up there, and the purple line is the anchored VWAP from the first day of trading. Notice yesterday went up there, bumped its head, back down, and I was looking for a move that gets us below the 10 period here because you know That's it right there. That's the only level of potential support this thing could have. But since it's resting so heavy and on the 10 period there, unless volume really comes into this thing, I don't think it's going to do much for the rest of the day. But that's the bed we've made, and we're laying in it currently. The good news for the contest is I didn't destroy myself. So there's always hope for tomorrow. What about you, Nestor? Any favorite trade to point out today? Oh, and as I asked that question, I see VIPs coming across here. Really interesting day not too long ago on VIPs with earnings. We opened there at 13, and at the low, we were down at 11.50 on this day. So that was the 20th. Lots of good action in VIPs on that day. But earnings, as we all know, are starting to, basically dried up. And we're in the final 2 weeks of August, which are notoriously, the slower weeks. Of course, this August is a little bit different. We've always got the Fed pep rallies, and whether there's an interest rate change or not, the Fed pep rallies and the constant economic data tend to keep the markets volatile, which is good. And as I say that, looking at the SPY, kind of chuckling because we're flat. We're at we're at 0.0 change from prior close as we speak. And just a hop, skip, and a jump from all-time highs, which is why, once again, it makes a short-only tournament very interesting. Notice the 10 period coming up here. And this looks like this is going to be our home for a while. Who knows? We could go sideways in this range right here until September starts. That'd make for a little bit boring action, but that is where we are. Of course, the topic of interest is, interest rates, interest rates. We got to have an emergency rate cut. Whereas, I forget, Bostich, one of the Fed boys, was like, there's not going to be an interest rate cut before the end of the year. Then you have the other camp going, we've got to have one. But in the end, who cares about speculating? All that matters is what happens and what the market makes of it. Okay, Bronson, I see your question about Brokerage Plus. If you're trading live through IBKR, are trailing stops? I want to say yes, but I tell you what, let me back channel that. 1 second. All right, Bronson, I want to say yes, but I want to make sure. So let me wait for that to get bounced back to me, and then I will confirm or deny. Okay, Nestor, let's see. GDC. Okay, that was the big boy, right? Yeah, and I don't blame you for doing small shares on on those because, you know, when they can rip multiple points and say you're only risking, $100, well, then that's the appropriate share amount to be in. Okay, Bronson, I think Okay, Bronson, I just heard back from Chris Varley, one of our in-house traders, is really the foremost expert on Brokerage Plus questions. And his answer initially was not really. You cannot use them on a position that you already have, right? So if you had a position on the blotter, it would not be possible to use Brokerage Plus to initiate that trailing stop. Okay, you'd have to do that through the IB software. However, Chris says if you have it built into the strategy, then they tend to work with limit orders if it's built into the strategy in both dollars and or percent. So if that's built into the strategy, yes, but it would not be possible just to manually insert one on the already existing position that, say, was created manually. So I hope that clears it up for you. Okay, perfect, Bronson. Yep, consistency is, well, depending on who you ask, what trader out there, consistency is a big deal, right? Not necessarily consistently profitable because everybody's going to have a losing day from time to time. Most people, anyway. Um, but I'd say where consistency is even more relevant is, are you consistently obeying your rules, right? That's a big one, right? If you consistent, if you have a technique that is effective over time, and it could be whatever, 90% effective, 55% effective, uh, it few and far between, right? You could have a strategy that's only 40% effective, but because of the winners being much larger than the losers, it could still be a money-making strategy. So regardless of the type of strategy that you're implementing, whether it's day trading, scalping, swing trading, it's, are you sticking to your rule set with consistency? Because most of the time, if you're doing that and you've got something that, is producing a fair amount of winners, well, then that's where the consistency pays off. But yes, consistently being profitable, it's a pretty tough gig. If we use the golfing analogy, well, scratch, if I was a scratch golfer, I'd be in fantasy land. I'd be ecstatic, right? But on the pro circuit, if you're shooting scratch all the time, that's not going to work. You got to be under par, right? So just look at your P&L. If you're flat at the end of every day, the good news is at most places, if you're flat in the old days before zero commission, if you're a flat, well, so you flatted against the market, but you're still gonna have to pay all these commissions. Therefore, you had a losing day. You know, now if you're flat, the only thing you're going to be subject to is the SEC fee. That's the only inescapable fee out there, but it's significantly less than what the commission structures used to be. And of course, that depends on how expensive the stocks that you're trading are. That's right, Nestor. Um, so, the landscape has changed. But getting back to the golf analogy, you have to be shooting under par, right? Under par is a green P&L, whether it's 100, 200, 300, $400. And then, of course, you pay your SEC fees, and hopefully you're left over with some of that green for yourself. But as any golf pro can tell you, shooting under par is where you have to be. And in the case of trading, that means a green P&L. Well, That's a deep subject, right? Let me pop a go no go chart in here. Barry got me. I used to watch 1 minute candles for the first 15 minutes, then switch to 5. And of course, I have a 15 up in the other corner most of the time. But Barry kind of opened my eyes to the 3 minute for the go no go since we've all been experimenting around. And, Barry is an intraday trader. And go no go was originally designed for, had more of the swing trader in mind, looking at daily candles and going, okay, as soon as you get that color change, that's the go or the no go. But it seems to be quite effective on the intraday timeframes as well. For those of you who listen to Barry all the time, he's really embraced it. And, we were talking about the larger ETFs and the orange bars, right? So let's pull up the cues here. Yeah, I'm not really seeing what we were seeing the other day. We've got a bounce back up to VWAP here, but purple bars while we're doing it, right? More of a pullback. Just wanted to pull this guy up. Okay, that's my pre-market. That's my open right there. You know, Beautiful action on this opening candle here. The light green eventually turns to blue, and then boom. So AI calls it right here. We stay pretty range bound for a good, let's see, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 minutes or so. And then the bars turn blue and then stay blue until that run was done. Once you see the transition to blue, that's going to give you a lot more confidence. And I hear Barry say it all the time. It keeps me in the trades longer. You wait for that change. And once it got frothy up here, are you really going to wait for the change? A lot of people are just going to, you know, at least peel off a portion of that trade. And of course, we had the halt to deal with as well. But proving to be very beneficial on the intraday smaller time frames as well. Alrighty, Steve. Good luck with that. Interestingly enough, it's kind of having a battle right here, right at the VWAP, right? And I say this all the time. If I could only have one indicator on my chart, it would be VWAP because it's like a magnet. So, we were purple all this way, but it seems to be holding its own. So hopefully for the long players out there, if we start to see a transition, that could indicate that another up move may be imminent. All the retailers were getting crushed today. This was one of my trades that was looking pretty good and then, went sour. Notice all the purple, 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 purple. I should have been paying more attention here when these little guys started turning that pink color. What was another one I was in short in the contest? Okay, that was pre-market. Shorted some here, looked like it was off to the races. That one turned around too, and not only turned around, but a lot more upside than downside. But of course, when you have a stock that's doing this, every other day it's just getting punched. But Murphy's Law, grinding down into earnings and then getting punished more. But FFIE definitely circling the drain, so to speak, very close to all-time lows. I know Barry likes to trade these as well because the reason being is, let's say if we did go to all-time lows and we looked left, there wouldn't be anything there to act as potential support. Now, you can get some good downside moves if you make an entry and then that thing goes into uncharted territory or into the abyss, as I like to call it. But the idea is always thinking, man, there's this thing's got no support. It's gonna just crater, right? And you might get a good down move, but just like magic, you know, they stop at these levels. It's not because of the chart. It's more like the algorithms that make the market. It's been a very long time since I saw one release and go down massively. I can't even remember the last time I saw that because it just doesn't happen, you know. But it does make for some good down moves, just like things at all-time highs make for good up moves. You see a lot more stocks cranking through those all-time highs and making huge moves than you do the opposite side for whatever reason. I'm not saying I know why, just saying from experience, that's my perception. Yeah, let's look at the US. Oh, the oil fund still banging around. Ooh, gold has been doing some exciting things as of late. Gold and silver breaking out. This week we did hit the big time. Tell you what, let's even zoom out a little bit further here. All right, yeah. Gold looking good. Sure, when we pulled up silver lagging. But boy, if it does get through this level with some conviction, a lot of chop back here to deal with. But I would say from a rudimentary standpoint, please to drop a line. There we go. But first we have to get through this level, right? Wouldn't be surprised to see gold popping up into this range, or excuse me, silver before too long. I'm not a big metal bug. I hold some physical silver because, well, that way I have it and I don't have time decay from some gold or silver ETF. But I do listen to some guys that are allegedly experts, and they're saying the silver trade is more lucrative than the gold play right now for reasons that I forget. Um, but here's an interesting tidbit that most people don't know about silver. Every torpedo that's in a submarine from the military and every, say, ICBM, big missile, weapons missile, has approximately 11,000 ounces of silver in it. 11,000 ounces. Well, multiply that by the price of silver per ounce, and then you know what the cost just of the silver is in a torpedo or a intercontinental ballistic missile. So when you look at silver over time, and you're like, hey, it seems like it should be a lot higher, but it's used for all these manufacturing processes, especially military equipment. You could see why they would want the price to stay low, right? I think silver, I mean, with this move as of late, probably not as close. But about 5, 10 years ago, silver was basically about the same price as it was 100 years from that period. So you're like, well, okay, sure, why not? But starting to get interesting now. GDC, got one? Yeah, she's popping above. All right. A2R is always very tasty. Oh, hey, Nestor, I see your question there. Um, the question is, what do you think or what do you do to achieve your own consistency? I like to approach trading from a very methodical standpoint, right? And I try not to let emotion and or greed get in my way, right? And just wait for the setups that I feel are conducive. Now, if you've heard Barry talk about the way that I trade, I'm not really your average cat, so to speak. I'm more of a tape reader, um, in and out guy very quickly. And the reason for that is, well, the way I trade is more like a video game, so to speak, right? Now I do use charts, but in these little plays, if I see something out of the corner of my eye, I'll, try to participate. But from a trading perspective, it really is, in my book, about not getting emotional and approaching it like, well, for lack of a better term, a game, right? I don't know if any of you out there are avid gamers. I've been gaming since there were video games, right? And I enjoy it. And that's kind of the way that I trade as well. It's just a game, and the idea is to win the game. In the case of trading, winning comes in the form of a green P&L, right? So, of course, got a little bit of time on my side as well, going all the way back to, well, starting trading in 1996, entering the business in 1992. So I've seen and done a lot. Um, but you could say I'm a little bit more jaded, right? The things that get other people excited, man, they're not going to excite me. All that matters is at the end of the day is, did you push a few buttons? Did you make a few trades? And were you up from that activity? Most of the time, the answer is yes. But circling back around to what we were talking about earlier, Nestor, it's about whatever your rule set is, assuming you have a good pattern or a good system that is working for you. It really just comes down to discipline, and keeping things simple, right? Trading is probably over 90% mental game. So, two types of trading, in my opinion, which actually kind of parallels into our AI, and for lack of a better description, the new AI that hopefully we're going to be launching pretty soon. And let me expound on that. So Holly, who's, you know, we can see all the trades right here, right? There's the GDC. Um, the way this Holly operates is it does all of its analysis. When the market closes today, it's going to upload all the tick data for today. It's going to kick the last day out of the cycle, and then it's going to go to work, back testing its core of strategies and trying to improve upon them with optimization techniques. Then the ones that make the cut are going to show up for the strategies tomorrow. So all the work's been done behind the scenes before the market even opens. The traps are set in the form of the strategies and the complex filter sets. And then if any of those things line up, boom, you get that trade. Just like we had 1, 2, 3, 4 go off today. But, you know, it's not interacting in real time with the market. It's just going, okay, based on my analysis last night, if these things and that thing happens and these things happen, that's going to trigger a signal. The thing we have coming down the pipe is actually interacting with the markets in real time based on certain metrics that we make it pay attention to. And it will adjust in real time while the market is open, right? Matter of fact, it even does this pre-market and post-market as well. So all times of the market, the regular session, the pre, the post, and it's actually making decisions on the fly. So it's very interesting, very exciting. We're still testing it, but hopefully in the not too distant future, then a new kid's going to be on the scene. All right, trader, you rarely get FOMO, I think. No rearview mirror. Yeah, fear of missing out. Fear of missing out will get you every time because the old saying is missed money is much better than lost money, right? You miss the perfect entry, you know, GDC. If you got it where the AI got it, you're really loving it. But let's say for a moment, okay, sorry, it's a little hard to see the pre-market there. If you got it right here with the AI, great. Or maybe you were a little late, or maybe you added some right here. But if you were distracted, you missed the AI entry, you missed this entry, and then you're like, oh my gosh, this thing might go. Well, even if you would have bought it here, in this case, it would have paid off. But most of the time, that's chasey, right? Oh, I've got to get that money, right? What if it folded back over, right? Happens all the time. So if you miss the prime entry, most of the time you're just like, okay, well, I missed that one. A lot of people can't deal with that. Like, oh, I got to be in it. And then it folds back over. They have a losing trade instead of a winning or a flat trade. That affects your mental capacity. You start grudge trading. You probably heard that term before, grudge trading. And it just never works out well, right? So the reason I got off on that tangent about the way the old AI works and the way the new AI works is that's the difference between, say, a swing trader who does all their homework the night before and then waits for those levels to be, uh, achieved for the long or the short, and they manually make the entries. All right. Whereas some people are more interactive with the real time data flow, reading the tape, the time it sells, reading the order books. That would be the equivalent of this new thing that we have coming, right? It's interacting in live real time, whereas the original AI is just okay, very mechanical. I did all my work last night. If these things happens, then you're going to get these signals, right? So it's interesting to see how the AIs parallel different humans' trading style and characteristics. But then again, hey, we humans, we are the original algorithms, right? We created all the other algorithms. So we are the original algorithm. Okay, Iris, the question from Iris is Dawn of the Dead your favorite window for scalping? No, not it's a great window to show you things that might get up and boogie, right? And on the Dawn of the Dead, a lot of these stocks are more thinly traded. GDC, classic example, right? It was a good setup. And, the vacillations here, let's see, even when the AI took the trade here at 251, if you were trying to give it, say, the low that had been established before, all right, AI fired it off at 251. If you're going to give this thing down to the low of that opening range, you had to risk 50 cents on a $2.50 stock. That's a massive that's a massive risk. But that's the way this one trades. It moves a lot, so if you're right, you get rewarded largely. But you're going to have to really, give it a 50-cent wiggle on a $2.50 stock. I mean, that's pretty huge, right? So this is more of a setup play. This is not a stock that I would even attempt to scalp because that thing could rip your head off very quickly, right? when you hear me use the term scalping and you hear Barry use the term scalping, that comes into play when you have hugely liquid stocks with massive bids and massive offers and a penny spread, right? But on these plays, the Dawn of the Dead is just great for showing you things that have the potential to get up and do what GDC did today. And it's ironic that I wasn't in this one because the AI produced it. It was on Dawn of the Dead, but we had the contest today, so you know, all's fair in love and war. C'est la vie. But just to reiterate one more time, Iris, it's a good window for setups, not necessarily scalping. Now you could apply the term scalping. Hey, you got up 50 cents in GDC, took out the table. Okay, you could call that a scalp. It's more like to refer to that as an intraday trade. Um, but yeah, Dawn of the Dead, good for stocks that might get up and have big runs. And once again, it's because of what's been happening on the longer term. So if we go back to the daily up here on GDC, you know, used to live up here in the trees at 40 some odd dollars, assuming this isn't some kind of weird reverse split, you know, things been beaten down, rode hard and put up wet, went all the way down to 60 cents, consolidating a little bit here, got some kind of catalyst and busted out, you know. So why did GDC go in this massive run? Because it blew through all these levels here, right? But Dawn of the Dead is looking for these types of plays. Put on the brakes right back here, butting up against this little micro level back here from September 23. Hmm. A switch, I don't know. It seems suspect to me, but I anchored to that candle right there. Gee, look where we put the brakes on today. Just shy of that anchored VWAP from the high candle. Funny how that works, huh? Well, Iris, to your comment on go no go, that's the beautiful thing about go no go. You see an AI play, what does it look like on the go no go chart? If it's a long AI play and the bars are all blue, what does that tell you? It's like, okay, well, the AI is going long, the bars are blue. I like the setup. It's got big volume. So the go no go is just another way to, I know people that are looking at all the AI trades and then basing whether they should, if a lot of people have been able to have, very high consistency levels, picking and choosing the AI plays that actually coincide with what the go no go charts are telling you. So that's the cool thing about go no go. You can access the scans from the Market Explorer and the channel, and then you can, whatever stock you put in here, you're going to have the colored bars, and you can use them as a guide. Yeah, Stevie. So the AI got it. What price? 251. You see this little blue tag right here? That's where the AI bought it. And then we can also see right here, GDC entry price 251. Same price as down here marked on the chart. But that was, going back to my comment earlier. It showed up on Dawn of the Dead. The AI played it as well, and the bars were all blue. After the AI bought it, didn't have the blue transition yet. Transition, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, about 9 minutes later, since these are 3-minute candles. Transition to blue, 9 minutes later, went up here, busted out, chopped around for a little bit, and then boom, went on that little parabolic run there. Oh, Peter, yeah. What was my favorite game? Well, these days it's the market. That's the ultimate video game to me. Um, but the last thing I played from a video game perspective, I'm on a hiatus now. Once my PlayStation 4 died, I'm like, okay, this is a good excuse to get on the wagon, get on the video game uh, wagon, and kind of just not play for a while. Um, and in it's done me good. So last game I played was Call of Duty Cold War. But having said that, I never play the storyline. I'm just the free for all guy. Get in there, kill or be killed. It's fun. It's competitive. But I haven't really played any video games other than the market for about the past year and a half. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gents. I got a mysterious gift in the mail not too long ago. I'm like, who sent me this? Well, I just got a message. They're like, hey, did you get that? I'm like, that was very kind of you. Thank you. All right. Did I miss any questions here? I do not think so. All right, little time check here. We got about 13 minutes till the top of the hour. You guys have been pretty quiet, but that's okay as long as we're entertained. And we were flat for a while. The SPY has crept up and is now up 0.2% from prior close. Notice the action that we have here. Hobbled its way back up to VWAP. And I can't tell you how many intraday charts I look at. And I'm like, it's a long way back to VWAP. I don't think it's going to get there. But sure enough, especially on these big ETFs, they get there, right? So what's that? Call that 558 up to almost 560. Nice little 2-point bounce off the bottom there on yield SPY. But doing it all on purple bars. And this is a good example, depending on what it is, go no go can be helpful, but it's not the holy grail, right? In these up moves and these down moves right here, or bouncing off the bottom, I'm thinking to myself, well, it's been purple all day and purple, 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 and then continues up, transitioning to orange. Whereas the other day, we saw a lot of circumstances where we'd see a lot of purple, one orange bar, and then straight to blue or vice versa. Do I have a scan for the low floaters? I might have something hiding in my cloud. Let me check. See what's in the bag of tricks here. Low float. Let's see here. Low float winners pulling back top list. Low float stocks making moves, multi-strategy, which means there's probably multiple strategies in there. Let's see what this one, that one, ooh, that one's old. Well, that's quite a few strategies in there. The question is, are all these pointed to low floats? Let's see. Okay, just kind of wanted to verify. So let's just pick another random one just to see if the float, yeah, all these seem to have limited float. So yeah, here's a good one that you might want to keep an eye on. Of course, keep in mind there's a ton of strategies in here. All right. So just check out the ones you want to watch, and I'll drop this into the YouTube chat. Let's see, where'd my chat go? There we go. Okay, low float movers, multi-strat. And that, oh goodness, hold on, I hit the wrong button. Okay, there's the cloud link for the low float movers, multi-strategy. Just remember when you right click and go to strategies, it's only the ones that are checked over here. They're going to issue plays. And even though there's a ton of strategies in here, if it's targeting the low floaters, you can see here it's not going nuts. So it should be able should be able to keep up with the plays. And let me see, I might have one more in here that would be conducive. Let me just check one more time. And this one is low float movers pulling back. Let's see what it's sorting by. Okay, by pulling back, it means it was flat in the prior 30 minutes. So I'll throw this one in there too. You never know what you might like until you look at it. But that's about all the low float stuff I have in there right now. And I do believe, or let me just make sure I'm dropping the right cloud link in here. Because I can't remember if I copy pasted that. Okay, yeah, that's it. All right, so there's a couple of links. One's for the multi-strat, one's for a top list for low float stocks. Well, I just noticed that my PETA did not work. Guess that's what I get for trading a stock named after a food, right? It was a valiant effort, but alas, Jamie will not be in the lead of the trading contest today. We'll have to see what happens tomorrow. Speaking of, time to check All right. Things have changed again. Wow. I forget Van Mark had a commanding lead, and now Nathaniel is back with a nice margin of about 7,000 separating them from Dinesh here. Manish, we've seen him. Captain Para. Andy has dropped down to number 10. We did see Mr. Dan Merkin up here doing his thing in the top 10. He is no longer in the top 10. Andy, who was bucking for fourth place, is now down here at number 9. I do recall seeing Spanky in the lead there for a while as well. So this is making for a good contest thus far. It's like the first day of a golf tournament, since they go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's 4 days on the tournament. Well, this is just 3, but just because the guy has a commanding lead after that first round, really nothing matters till Sunday, right? In this case, Sunday is going to be Friday. So very interesting. Not sure what Spanky had. It's taken its pullback, but I certainly feel your pain, sir. All right. Well, nice update on the trading competition. All right, about 4 minutes till the captain returns. And everything just seems a bit sleepy.
Oh, I had myself on mute. I was talking to you. GDC, Jamie.
Yes,
GDC is now
GDC again.
triggering again.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we were
Okay.
talking about it as it approached back up here to VWAP, and it was still purple when you left, right? On the 3 minutes.
So looking on the 3 minutes now, so
Mm-hmm.
it had that pattern. You see the orange, and then the
Mm-hmm.
cyan, and then the next one is blue.
Mm-hmm.
So it made it into the GoMoMo 3 minute scan.
Yep.
And so now let's see if, and of course it had the big pop earlier in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see if that has any sort of attraction. And I can say to you, Jamie, I have never played a video game. I caught the tail end of, I don't know why you guys were talking about video games, but I have never played a video game.
You never played Pong
Never played even Pong. Was that the
or
first one?
Space Invaders or
Never,
Asteroids or any of that
never.
stuff? What?
Pac-Man or whatever? Never,
That
never,
is
never.
truly a
Anomaly.
statistically a very interesting fact, Barry.
Well, I liken it to I've never smoked either. Never ever smoked ever. So those are the two things that a lot of people have done at least once. Played a video game and smoked, and I've done neither once.
Allegedly, the old rocker Ted Nugent has been sober his entire life.
Oh,
If you can
well,
believe that. I mean,
allegedly,
that's
yes.
what the legends say. Not that I
Hmm.
worship Ted Nugent or anything. I just
No,
think that
no.
that is for a rock and roll star to never have imbibed in you know,
Hmm.
anything like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, just looking at him and the wildness that he's got, you would have thought there's no way, but hey, you never know.
Exactly.
You never know.
So Barry's never had a cigarette, and
Nope.
Barry's never stood at the
Well,
arcade smoking a cigarette playing Pac-Man. I got you.
not with nicotine in it. How's that?
Aha, I see.
Okay. Aha.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Hmm.
No, we were
So,
comparing some types of trading to playing a video game, right?
right.
That's kind of like the way I trade, right?
Oh,
But it's not for everybody. It's actually
no.
not for very many people whatsoever, right? And then, Barry, we were also talking about, the new thing that's coming. down the pipe as soon as we finish testing it, right? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, the interesting thing and why I find it highly interesting, not just from the results that it's posting, but it's interacting with the markets in real time. Whereas Holly
Hmm.
does all the work behind the scenes, comes with their strategies. If they trigger, trade is issued, blah blah blah. It's not looking at what's happening right now. It's waiting
Exactly. Yeah.
for the things to line up. Whereas this new thing that we've got coming down the pipe is adjusting based on market conditions.
Well,
So
Jamie, when we had it as I know it was in its infancy and all, but when we had the little email alerts, I call them email alerts, and from the toolbar, I mean, there were a couple there that were spectacular, and I was ticked off that we stopped doing that. I know I know that wasn't maybe going to be the finished product and all, but I thought they were really really good. There were a
well,
couple
maybe
that were
maybe that
spectacular.
led to the idea that eventually became the other thing, or maybe that'll
Hmm.
continue again. We'll just have to see.
Yeah. The only problem I got with this new thing is that, there will be a lot of different stocks coming in and out during the day. What I liked about the other one is that got maybe only 2 or 3 for the entire day, and
Right,
you could
right.
really concentrate on it. So, but anyway, we'll see
But
what happens.
allegedly later on it'll be, if you want to change it, you don't want all the all the super crazy stocks like GDC
Mhm.
coming through there. You could, you could tone it down a bit, but
Right.
then it would become something else. So, it's going to be interesting moving forward to see what happens.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay, my friend. Well, listen, I'll got to get back in the other room, get
Yes,
myself going in
sir.
the other room. So, thank you again so much for spelling me, and we'll see you next Wednesday,
You're very
hopefully.
welcome. Bye-bye,
Okay.
everybody, and we'll see you next time. Ciao.
Okay, guys, I've taken over both, so I'm in both rooms now. Just give me a moment as I get my music going. Where is my music player? There you are. Hey guys, so I was just saying to Jamie, I'm in the GDC again. Okay, I don't know if it's going to work, but it's basically where I got it. And why did I take it? Because of the action. Excuse me, the action right here. We had the orange, cyan, blue, and the trigger was at 297. Okay, we're on the close of that candle. So I've just got to hope it keeps over three. And obviously, the big magnet is the fact that it did at one point get up to almost $4. So we'll see if this has, you know, a late day thrust. And let's take a look at the leaderboard. And did I see Shady here? I thought I saw Shady here for a while. I don't see Shady right now. So we still have Spanky. There's our Andy. Trevor, who is in the other room. Yeah, Trevor, yeah. Well, you were in the other room, Squid. Yeah, so you're there. Captain Para's there. So we've got one. I can't count Andy. I'm not going to count Andy. He works for Trade Ideas. So I won't count him. But we've got one, two, three, four. I know Manish is in the YouTube room every now and then. So four, five. We got about half of the people who are in either the main room or YouTube that are in the top 10. So all we need to do is get Shady back in here because I'm sure I saw him. Mr. G is somebody I sort of recognize also. Well, we've got Nathaniel leading. All right. Well, that knocked me out of the. Okay, that knocked me out so far. I know I'm not supposed to in theory, okay, but I think with the low floaters, I've got to be a little more protective. But I will take a look at it again if it gets over, say, 307. So I see all the different Rileys have gone crazy. Resume, halts, resumes. So Riley now has up again. So what do they have a price now? Oak Tree to buy a stake in the company's unit. So not taking it, buying a stake of 51% to 55%. Okay. So there we are. So there's the co-CEO, B. Riley, made an offer on Friday to acquire the bank at $7 a share. So this is obviously perhaps a better deal because the stock went over $7. So right now that appears to be a better deal for the shareholders. Mr. B. Riley trying to pick up his own firm on the cheap. Riley killed you. So you tried to short this at the top, near the top, I guess. Well, or here maybe. Okay, guys, just kind of looking at some of the ones that are coming into my momentum scan. And remember, guys, just in case, well, anybody, I know the people who've been in the trade in this before, you don't have to get out of your trade at the end of the day. Okay. If you want to hold it overnight, you can do so. I'm not saying you should, but I'm just saying you can do that. This is sort of an interesting one. Getting down below 10 on the daily chart. You can see that, of course, on all other time frames too. This is B bar. This is did not show up, I don't think, on the scan. They don't all have to show up on the scan. On what the scan I'm talking about is the Go Momo 3 minutes. Okay, guys, GDC is inching its way back. We're going to see. Yeah, we still did not get a pink, any pink, or sorry, not pink, but the cyan. We did not get a cyan yet. which is still telling me that the trend is, even though it is pulled back a bit, the trend is still in theory strong. In theory, okay. So I'm kind of waiting to see if it gets back over 3, and I may take it again. Oh, there are not many shares, but a couple thousand at Interactive Brokers to short for Riley. I just noticed that now. When I was on my break, 748 was the alert. How did you lose money on this one, Oliver? Where the heck did you short it? Here, maybe? Oh, I see. You probably shorted it a lot earlier. Well, you can't know KV Ray. There's no way to know 100% whether when a stock is in consolidation, whether it's going to break out high or low. I mean, one might say that if the stock is in consolidation and the stock is up for the day, having a good day, you might think it's going to break out high. But so what? Even if I told you it could break out high, what would you do with that? There's no guarantee it will. You have to wait for the break. I mean, I don't anticipate. That's me. I'm never going to anticipate, like a stock's movement ahead of time, especially a stock in consolid. Other thing, you could get a stock in consolidation and it looks like it's broken out, but when you look at the volume, you better look at the volume also, because if the volume is no good, it could easily just come right back down. PJ is also maybe talking about the VWAP. Where is it in relation to the VWAP? Is it above it? Is it below it? But there's no hard and fast rule that you see a stock in consolidation. You could have said here the Riley, but nobody knew this news was going to come in. Well, nobody. I mean, certainly the overall market did not know that this news was going to come in for Riley right there. I know Andy. When you go into the YouTube room on Fridays, I know Andy does a lot more anticipation than I do. I don't anticipate at all. But how he explains is that, okay, if I'm wrong, my stop is so close that I'm in and out very quickly if I am wrong. I don't personally like to trade that way. I mean, you can also take a look at, if you want to, you can take a look at the go no go. I mean, if you're in this one on the 5 minute anyway, it's blue, which is good. Here it's trying to get to blue on the 3. So, which is good if you're in it and you're going long. Now, Lazy Boy, okay, I do see, could have had an alert right there. I don't think we got one. Let me see, what time was that? That was at 12:06. So that is 11:06. I'm sorry, 12:06. That's 1:06. All right, just want to point that out to Michael. We didn't get an alert here. I mean, the volume looks like it should have been okay, but there's always going to be a reason. All right, little peek at the leaderboard again. So Nathaniel is still the Dinesh is coming up. Dinesh, I think this is his highest. He's in second place right now. Nathaniel still in first. Van Mark. So we've got Manish, who I consider one of us. Trevor, one of us. Captain Para, one of us. So that is it right now. And I think Mr. G is one of us. I think. Maybe not in this room, but maybe the other, maybe in YouTube. I think he comes in and out of YouTube. I may be wrong, but very tight. I mean, there's nobody running away with it. Nobody's running away with it. A little surprising. I mean, because it's wide open, you can trade anything you want. Surprised that somebody hasn't just hit on one amazing one that nobody else hit on. All right, guys, GDC is back to the $3 level. I want to take a look at it again. And just see, okay, there was no pink here. No pink here. Why would you be disqualified, Shady? Maybe disqualified on a trade, but I don't know why. But well, maybe they'll just disqualify that order. I don't know if they just completely disqualify you from the whole tournament. Yeah, there you go, Shady. So Pepe says they just won't count the trade. So I think you're okay. All right, guys, GDC. Yeah, I thought there was some algo kicking in that if you tried to trade something over 20,000 shares or something, it just wouldn't your trade just wouldn't go through in the contest anyway. But anyway, I don't think you're not going to be disqualified. Dinesh. All right, there you are. I thought I recognized you. So Dinesh is in our YouTube room. So that's you, right? Dinesh Kumar. That's you right there. So you're second. So cool. We've got a bunch of people in either YouTube or the main room who are in the top 10. Oh yeah, baby. Sorry. All right. What are you talking about in Brokerage Plus, Grumpy? Riley and VTAC? All right. Well, let me see. I'm not going to do it in the. I'm just going to do it in the. You're just saying rejected. So let me just get Riley up here. I don't know. I just did it. I just took, put a limit order in for Riley, and I got a fill. I believe it's a 20. Read. I believe it's a 20,000 share max. So first of all, you couldn't take it anyway because unless you've made a lot of money, because remember you only have $100,000. So if you're going to take, try to take, if you're over $100,000, what's that about 13,000 shares, right? At $7 around. Sorry. So about 14, sorry, I meant 14,000. Well, the current price, 14, you could take 14, if you had 100,000 dollars, you could take 14,000 shares approximately. Shady, I don't know. Oliver might know. I don't know. Obviously, I've never been in a contest, so try it. As he says, just try it. So anyway, Grumpy, I don't know what you were trying to do, but you saw I got 400 shares. I went limit, and I got 400 shares of Riley. But maybe you were trying to go over the 100,000. On the last day, we'll probably see some wild action because people who are either not in the top 10 or sort of in the low end, they're going to go in and try to take as many shares as they can of some cheap stock and hope it just tanks. Well, I traded out of the GDC, guys. It did not. I mean, a little bit. Basically, got my money back and a little bit more the second time, but it does not. I was really hoping it would get into the 320s, 330s. I don't give a rip about KV Ray unless he's here. I'm kidding you, KV Ray. I'm kidding you. All right, IMMR. Now, what's the low looking left? Okay, there is a little bit of room. IMMR is fitting. Okay, there's orange. Next one is purple, and the alert would have been at the close right there of that candle. So it hasn't moved yet. I want to see if I can maybe get what's the market doing. So the market is keys. Now I had a price alert set for keys. This was an alert a long time ago. Just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. All right, guys. Macy's now. Macy's. So here's my issue with Macy's right now. I mean, if it took out the low, okay, so there's the orange bar, pink, purple. Okay, so it meets the scan requirements, but 1543 may be, a little bit of support. I think that's the low. Now, the low of the day, though, is 1519. So I'd just rather see stocks with a little bit more room, of course, to take these. But who's leading the contest? Nathaniel is leading the contest, and Dinesh, who's in our YouTube room right now, is in second. Manish, who pops in and out of YouTube, in third. I recognize Mr. G. Spanky, of course, is in our Spanky and Para are in our room. Well, our room, the main room. So I think we've got 5 of 10 now who are in either YouTube or the main room. So Steve is saying you should exit before it becomes an issue. Okay, I don't think it should be an issue, but he's just saying maybe just exit it before it becomes an issue. It shouldn't affect the P&L though, but I don't know. Shady, I don't know. Okay. especially if you're up on it. In theory, if you're up on it. Bottom line, don't do it again. But I know you said it was an issue more with B plus doing it to you. So here's another issue, guys. So look at neon. So neon met the filter requirements, met the scan requirements, orange, cyan, blue. But look at this blue bar though. It's just too big. Okay. I mean, you still can't chase a stock, in my opinion. There's where it closed. That was the alert on the close, 5:30. And also look what it did. It got right into the 200-day moving average. So those of you who are looking to short something, so the markets are all positive. Okay, Nas is up a little, Dow's up a little, Spy's up a little. Now, 2 o'clock, we do have the minutes, just the minutes. Okay, so there's no presser at 2:30, but there will be some action at 2 o'clock with the Spy. So I see that Nathaniel now has increased his lead. He's not in any trades right now. Open trades, none. So he's closed out all his trades. Dinesh is still in one trade open, up $100 on that trade. That's what all these numbers refer to. So look at Vanmark. I mean, Vanmark is up $12,000. He's still in one trade that he's down 18,000 in. Now he's down 19,000. So he's obviously short something that has moved higher on him. No, I'm going to cheat. Hmm. Here's a nice break for LXRX. Look at this move all day long. Only a little jog down right there. So the thing about the scan and in any scan, I mean, you still have to look at how it's been trading, So when I look at Capri, yes, it's giving me the alert here, orange right to blue, but you got to look at the way it's been trading too. I mean, to me, it just doesn't. I mean, I look at this and I think, okay, it might get to 35.20 and block it. So, I won't take the trade just because I get an alert in that scan. I love the scan. Don't get me wrong, but I still have to make up my mind if it makes sense to take a trade. I want to see some room when I look left if I'm going long. Oh, nobody's using stops, PJ. I mean, they'll get out of a trade eventually, but it won't be because it hit some kind of a stop. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I've been trying to short this IMMR, and it won't. I won't get a fill. I don't get a fill, and it's not down. Okay, it was down probably over 10% yesterday. So I guess that uptick rule is still in effect, even though it's up for the day. But it has to be up for the day ending, I guess. Nope, that's the last one. 10:04 IMMR. Yep, that is the last one. Okay, now GDC has been ticking me off a little bit, but I mean, in theory, it's still a viable trade. Yeah, it never ever got. Oh, look at this now. Oh, shoot, 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 shoot! I missed it. Oh, I just missed it. Doggone it! I just missed it. Well, I mean, it's funny. I mean, it's sort of telling me. It was sort of telling me the whole time. Don't get out of the trade. Don't get out of the trade. Don't get out of the trade. It's just that with these low floaters, I just have a difficult time staying in as long as it's in theory telling me to. Come on. Just missed it. Oh, this could just absolutely blast off. I mean, the high is up at 4 here. So, well, I did my video on this one today. So, anybody saw the video, I was suggesting to keep watching it all day. And here we are. Hmm. So here we go. So there it is again, 251, 342, up 36%. But at one point when it hit 370, that percentage was a lot higher, of course. But so I'm saying follow it, follow the alerts all day long, like a watch list. All right. So yeah, Michael, who does the audit of the contest. So basically, what he said, if you break a rule, either by accident, I'm assuming people are breaking a rule by accident in terms of the whatever that rule might be. They just eliminate the trade. Okay. So you're not disqualified from the contest, but those trades will be eliminated. Now it's good to know ahead of time, like you're doing shady, that that's not going to be the problem is that people don't know that they've broken a rule, they've taken too many shares or something like that. They don't know that and they think they're leading. Mr. G. Well, yeah, they will. They should eliminate. So if you went long something accidentally because it's a short only, they'll just and if you were losing on that one, they'll just eliminate it. So you won't get the loss. All right, guys. Well, look at Guess. Guess is actually an earnings play. I didn't realize it. Always. I was amazed. It's out of Switzerland. Guess is out of Switzerland. It's for tax purposes or something. What are you calling a goofy chart, JM? This or that? I'm banning you. All right, let's take a look at QXO on the goofy chart. What time frame do you want? Well, they won't. Okay, so the wrong account that will have no bearing on it. Okay, you just not those trades that you took in the wrong account are just not counted at all. Now, if you're asking, can they transfer them? No. Okay, there's the 5 minute. Okay, so there is so it did not trigger on the scan. Okay, doesn't mean it's bad. So what it's telling you right here, if you were in this one up here and it dropped, now it's trying to tell you, even though it's trying to peel back up or come back a little bit, that the trend is not obvious, is not as strong as when it was blue. That's all it's trying to tell you here. Now, if that all of a sudden turns blue, this might have another jog up, but it would not have met the scan requirements in either one. This went orange. Well, you saw the orange, but between the orange and the blue, there were four of these. There can only be one. What alerts are you talking about, Steve? Where are the alerts posted? What alerts are you talking about? I'm talking to Steve in our YouTube room. What you're seeing, these are just scans I got, right? So I don't post anything there. But are you talking about sometimes I should always remember I've got two rooms going. So I'm talking to Steve in our YouTube room. And also there's also another room in which people ask me questions. Should always make sure that I'm referring to the right room. So, Steve, did you hear me when you asked a question in our YouTube? Where are the alerts posted? So, I don't know exactly what you mean by posting. We talk about, all I'm doing is I'm just referring to some of the things I'm seeing on my scans. So, if you can see my screen, I'm not posting anything. I'm just referring to scans or, excuse me, alerts that I'm getting from scans. So Riley is, it's basing nicely here, guys. Actually, it's basing nicely. Wonder how Mr. B. Riley feels about the fact that it looks like his $7 offer for the company is going to get rejected because of this. Oaktree to buy a stake in the company's unit. Now we don't know what price they're going in at. What a loss! I didn't realize this. A 435 to 475 million dollar loss for the quarter ended June. Wow. Well, I'm not saying it's going to get rejected, Michael. I mean, but he offered to buy. Obviously, it's his company, or he's a co CEO. He was offering to buy the company for $7 a share. Well, I mean, the stock popped up to 9. So unless he ups his offer, I mean, this could still float down. I mean, I don't think, I'm not sure anybody knows the exact deal that Oak Tree is going to buy, if that in fact is true. I mean, it says they're in exclusive talks to acquire a majority stake in the two businesses owned by them. So it's not a matter. I mean, if you're sitting there as shareholders in the company, why would you stick $7 when it already popped up to 9, and who knows where it could go if this Oak Tree thing comes to fruition? Oh, there's no question. It popped up a couple of days ago because we put the offer in. Notice it did not get up to $7 though. Well, this one could be interesting, guys. So here's your pattern. Okay, orange. Oh, the other thing I want to, yeah, I mentioned to Michael yesterday, it might be even better if you get a series of orange, maybe a minimum of 3. No, there are alerts from GoMo. Are you talking about this, Steve? You're talking about this? I don't know why your message was retracted, but here are the alerts so far. Here, well, here is the alert. Here are the alerts. If you don't have this, assuming you've got go no go charts, assuming you've got them. If you want this particular scan right here, is that what you're talking about? Shoot, 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 shoot! I missed it. Well, depends what you mean by these. These are alerts right here. Okay, I mean these are alerts right here. DY an alert at 177.35 to short it. So I mean it's 176.51 now. These are all alerts. If that's what you mean. All based on go no go. It's looking for a very specific pattern. So for instance, why did DY get alerted? And it's always on a 3-minute chart. So there was an orange candle and then a pink and then the dark deep purple. That's if we get that, or if it went right from orange to deep purple, you'd get an alert. Well, he was talking about go no go. And this is in our YouTube room. He was talking about you were talking about go no go, right, Steve? Well, okay, Michael. I mean, first of all, B. Riley says, okay, comes out of nowhere and says, you know what? I'll t- I'll buy the whole company for $7 a share. Well, first of all, obviously it's got to get voted on by the shareholders. He's obviously a major shareholder. The company is called B. Riley. He is B. Riley. I don't know if he's the original B. Riley, but his first name starts with a B. Okay, but it still has to get voted on. So all of a sudden, if somebody else comes out and says, "Well, wait a minute, we'll buy 51% of the company. We're not going to buy the whole thing." Look at GDC, sensational now. I mean, all this has to get voted on. Company, board could say, or the shareholders could say, no, we don't like it. We think it should be worth more. It all has to get voted on. So, Steve, if you want that scan, okay, just let me. If you want that scan, assuming you have Go No Go charts, you click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Market Explorer, and this is the window that'll pop up. Right click on the window, hover over Strategy. When you do that, this box pops up. Move down to the Go No Go. Another box pops up, and here it is, Go Momo 3. Okay, this is what it looks like. Okay, that's what it looks like. So you just wait for the alerts to happen, and how and if you trade them is, of course, it's still going to be up to you. But look what it did. It got right up to the high, and then it stopped so far. Not DY, but GDC. So GDC was telling me to. I mean, I did not stay in the trade. I just too much too much bias about being in these low float ones, but because it never turned cyan here, it kept get out of there. It kept blue the whole time. All right, so Dinesh is still hanging in there. He's in one trade. He's up 1,100. Nathaniel's in one trade, down 3,200 on that trade. So the gap is closing a little bit here. This is in our contest. Spanky is still there. Mr. G is there. Trevor the Squid is here, and Captain Para is still there. So we still have good representation from our rooms in the top 10. Give me a moment, guys. I want to talk to Michael a bit. Okay, guys, just what we're wondering about is in the scan, is it more powerful to have maybe at least three orange bars in a row, okay, before you get the alert? So, in other words, a little bit of a pattern before you get the alert. And if that's the case, we don't know. I mean, we just don't know. We're testing. But you would have had the alert right up here at 177.60, before and it got down to one. I mean, this is not a tremendous move, but not bad. Ah, you know what? This has caught me by surprise here. So let me yeah, I forgot all about FOMC. First time. Well, let's take a look at the SPY and on a 1 minute, see what's happening. So whatever the minute said so far, popping up. Let me just uncheck the symbol linking. So now I can have this chart. So this, yeah. So the minutes were at 2 o'clock. Completely forgot about it. First time in years. So this so far is reaction, but not necessarily that will be the end reaction. Usually it takes about 2 or 3 minutes before you get the final reaction. All right. I like to keep this up for about 3 minutes. Usually after 3 minutes, we get the direction. Let's see if that's affected. More than likely, most of the things that people are in are not affected by the overall market. Spanky, you're creeping up again. Good for you. I know you said you can only kind of do this part time. So we have one, two, so two in the top three. And then we have Mr. G, who's in our YouTube room from time to time, Manish, and Captain Para, and Trevor. So yeah, great representation. One, two, three, four, five, six. Six out of the top 10 are in the rooms. You just got to now, Nathaniel, are you here? Otherwise, I want to, I won't be cheering you on. But if you're here, I'll cheer you on. Yeah, look at this guy. So remember, the first reaction is not necessarily the reaction. So now look what's happening. Looks a little more, let me get back to the old style chart. Oops. I don't like these charts at all anymore. And it's not just go, no go. I'm a convert regardless to a bar chart. All right, guys, I'll give this another minute or so to see what happens on the close. Okay, so that now we're 3 minutes in. Again, usually takes 3 to 5 minutes before we see the absolute direction. Okay, while we're waiting, Baba's asking about evoc or evoke. Boy, this doesn't trade very much, does it? Look at that, 178,000 shares. That's not what I'm pointing at, though. 49 times normal. That's 49 times normal up to this time of day. And that's only 178,000 shares. So, all right, guys. Well, it looks like we're getting our direction now. Okay. It looks like market is whatever the FOMC had, whatever the minute said, not it had an initial pop. So I'll get rid of this. So now, so evoke. Well, again, yesterday it had a great day, but got up to 799 and it closed down here at 455. So that was a big drop, actually. I mean, on a percentage basis. So it's above yesterday's, yeah, it's above yesterday's close, but very not pretty looking on a 3 minute chart. It's sort of, I mean, indicative of only 183,000 shares trading. A little gappy action. I don't have a feel for it at all. Did it actually get up to 14 in the pre-market? Really? Don't remember. I sort of remember this one yesterday, but I don't remember that. And this is what I'm talking about, the choppy action. So we had an alert here to short Macy's, and then we have an alert here to go long Macy's. So it's this kind of choppy action on some charts. This was a really early one, and I did have shorts available. I just Yeah, I have a sort of this bias about not shorting stocks under $5, but there was the alert right here, okay, in this area, right around the 2 level, and then it's just been dropping ever since, down to $4. Sorry, $4, 140. All right, guys. Wow, 208 already. So I'll hang around if there are questions as always, okay? But I'll be looking to wrap up personally between 2:30 and quarter to 3, but I will stay later if there are questions. Uh, excuse me, I don't know if William said he will keep the room open until 4 today. I can't remember William if you okay, he'll try 4, she says. Okay, so when I do leave, the main room will be open until around 4. So before I do go, I will talk one last time about my homepage. I will still put the test drive. I think you can still sign up for the test drive, not the test. Well, call it the contest now. Okay. Now, just in case you think you're too late, well, a lot can happen in 2 days. So this is the contest link that I just put in here. So it'll cost us 777. It'll go to Friday at 4 o'clock Eastern time. Can't trade in pre-market nor post-market. So that means you cannot get rid of your trades. You have to hold. So if you don't get out of your trade at the end of the day, I just have to make sure of that. Okay. So anyway, here are the rules. But this is what should be drawing you to it if you want to participate. $4,000 Amazon gift certificate or gift card. That is the grand prize. Whoever finishes first. And so, there's not a gigantic lead. If you're not in this, I mean, believe it or not, I mean, anything can happen in the next 2 days. There's no gigantic lead. Nobody's at like 100,000 and with a wide gap. Okay, so just if you want to do it, 777. That's what it'll cost you. Now, if you're a premium subscriber, you can enter the contest free of charge. Okay, and it's sponsored by Centerpoint. That's why the prize is $4,000. This one, the ones that we've been doing without any sponsorship, it's been a $2,800 first prize, but I guess Centerpoint has upped it to 4. And of course, what they're trying to do, and why it's a bear contest, is that Centerpoint, one of those brokers, probably I'm going to say the best one. I've never had Centerpoint, but I'm going to assume that Centerpoint maybe, excuse me, as a reputation, is the best broker to have shorts. I mean, I think Cobra is good also, and I think Trade Zero is good. I think Centerpoint is supposed to be the best, but anyway, that's why a person would want to have a Centerpoint account because they have access to virtually any short you want, whereas I don't, as an example, at Interactive Brokers. IB is good, But this is what Centerpoint does. They can find shorts for just about anything. Now, they may cost you a lot, but there they are. And so if you happen to finish in the top three, you know, the top three winners, if you open a Centerpoint account, then you'll have up to $15,000 in trading credits. Okay. Now on my home page, so on my home page, I put my homepage link in, and this is what you'll find. Yes, if you don't get out of it now, Jason. So you're talking about in the contest, right? The question is, can I swing these shorts? Yeah, if you don't get out of it at the end of the day, you're stuck. Okay, until tomorrow. What I mean by that is, if you cannot get out of it in the post market. But if you want to truly swing it to the next day, you can. Yes. So if a person wants to take out a subscription right now, here is a promo code you can use to get 15% off, first month only or the entire year. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please come to my homepage. There could be a different code, different percentage, but if you use that really helps to keep the rooms free. The rooms get credit for the subscription. Again, taking out a subscription, the first thing you have to do is to get started. Once you through your download and install, first start up and log in. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. If you are new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. A series of videos designed just for the new trader, okay? All free. Talk of the day video that I do, and I did it on the GDC today. I'll explain why I did it also. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the markets open every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. We've got a great user guide. Again, like any other software program, you don't have to learn everything that's in the guide, but certainly the getting started. And this is in more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. I run a couple of stock races right here. This is how you can set up your own. I put price alerts on charts all the time. And if you wanted to create your own watch list, stocks you want to follow, you can do it. It's right here. But again, there's a lot in the guide. You don't have to learn everything, of course. Last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. I do not share a layout. Kind of do it a la carte. You can kind of pick and choose what you like. These races, these in the top two right there, these are these two races. These are the ones that I'm displaying. I also am sharing a race. Now, I'm not displaying it, but I'm also sharing a large cap losers. There's another one I created that you can take a look at. The Halts resumes is over here. The momentum scan is here. And the movers to the upside versus downside movers is here. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. But my advice is do not have them all up and running at the same time. You'll never get anything done. It'll be way too much to look at. So why did I do, whoops, just give me a moment. Why did I do my video on GDC? So I did my video on GDC for a very specific reason. Let's see if I can find it back here. Let's take a look at it on the 5-minute chart. Okay. So hopefully, well, you know what? I'll get a bigger chart up. Okay, this is a 5-minute chart. Now, hopefully you can see this blue candle or this blue arrow right there. That's on a 5 minute chart anyway. That's where the alert happened. The alert happened at 2:51. You can see in the y-axis there was the alert at 2:51. Okay, so look what happened. So after that alert, the stock actually got up to 264. Okay, not terrible from 251, not incredible. And then look what happened afterwards. It dropped down to 231. And even the next candle was still below. And this is what I was saying in the room. I said, guys, keep an eye on GDC and see if it gets back to the alert price. So, because I think people get very hung up on our AI or, even any alert, really, any scan you might have. Don't think you've just missed it because you missed it the first opportunity. Sometimes they set up again. Okay. In fact, this was really the second time setting up was even better because, this one went from what, 251 up to 265. If you had waited, I don't say you have to wait, but you probably could have stopped yourself out because the minute it went down below the stop price, you may have said, maybe I don't want it anymore. So, but if you had missed it, sort of, and you're beating yourself up that I missed it, darn. Well, look what happened afterwards. And, plenty of time, probably would have had, almost 15 minutes to mull it over. And then it got back up to the 251. And it got up to 272. It did pull back close, but then look what happened afterwards. I mean, eventually, before it did this big pullback, it got all the way up to 397. And on the go no go charts, basically telling you because it was always blue, meaning it's a strong trend, was no big reason to get out of the trade. Now, granted, I mean, you're not going to hold on to something like this and keep holding it until you get this transition, which is now this color transition, which is sort of telling you, all right, the trend is not as good. Well, you could say, yeah, well, that's pretty obvious. So you still have to put on your trader's hat. I mean, you're not going to get something go from 397 all the way back down to 3 before you say okay and wait for that transition. But all I'm saying, really what I'm really trying to point out is, people get all bent out of shape. They get all hung up in the fact that maybe they miss it the first time and then they disregard it for the rest of the day. But if you were in the room, you heard me say over and over, keep watching GDC to see if it gets back up to the alert price. Okay. So that's the video I did. Ah, okay, guys. So it is 2:21. So if I don't get any questions, I will be taking off between 2:30 and quarter to 3. Probably closer to 2:30 if I don't get any questions at all. Okay. Gives me an opportunity to trade a little bit on my own if I want to, but I don't have to. I mean, I have no problem sticking around if there are questions. Take a quick look again at our leaderboard. Nathaniel is holding on to top position, not in any trades right now. Dinesh in our YouTube room, holding on to second, not in any trades. Spanky, good for you, Spanky. I know I said that. You're down to about 8,000, so you've kind of recovered. But a great race going. Scott trades. I don't know this person. Don't know Philander. I know Manish. Well, don't know anybody. Okay, I don't know anybody, but I'm familiar with these people. This GDC has a chance also, I think, maybe at the end of the day, towards the end of the day. I mean, if it does take out the high, which is around 4, let's take a look at the monthly chart. Okay, the monthly chart. I think it had room. Yeah, so look at that. The high in the monthly chart is 360, that high. So the next high in the monthly chart is 516. So there is room on a monthly chart. I mean, so if it does take out the high of the day, it's possible that it could start to fill in this little void. No guarantees, of course, but need the volume. And, it's all about the float, 11.5 million. I mean, this is not a crazy low float, but it certainly is low. Look at that. 50 million shares have traded. That's 511 times normal up to this time of day, which is, and we're almost at the end of the day. So that is spectacular volume. You can see right there. I mean, look at the monthly chart. It's, look at the previous months. And it did have some room. I mean, I read this in the pre-market. Okay, whatever, but okay. Launches TikTok account dedicated to disseminating the most current updates, insights, and trends in the world of AI. Okay, so I guess that's kind of cool. I don't know if they're the only ones doing that, but they decided to put out a press release saying we can do it now. Boy, look at this. I mean, this looks like it's going to try to take out 4 right now. I see DNA down here. DNA, do not attempt. DNA, yeah. Wow. Now this, did we get an alert here? I bet you it's the relative volume. Let me see if we got an alert. Boy, that would have been awesome. Well, I wouldn't say awesome. I mean, you would have had the alert. I mean, not bad. You would have had the alert at 850, and it's at 893 right now. I want to see if we had an alert on this one. The alert would have happened at let's see, at 136. To adjust 136. That's 236. No. So, okay, DNA did a reverse split yesterday. Okay. No, I remember that. And it tanked. What was it 1 for 15 or something? Yes, Mac, you can swing trade in this tournament. Yes. Question had that question in the other room. You can swing trade in the tournament, okay? But just remember, okay, If you're in a swing trade, or if you're in a trade and you thought, okay, I want to swing it, and then all of a sudden it just starts to tank in the post market, and you would maybe want to have got rid of it, you can't do it. So just so you know, okay. 140, okay. You know what? I think you're right because I saw 0.025. I think you're right. I thought somebody might have mentioned was 15. I think you're absolutely right, Sensation, because I think I saw 0.025. So if I multiply that by 40, I get one. So I think you're right. So you understand that, Max. So, you know, you can swing trade. So if you don't get out of your trade at the end of the day, you have to. I remember, and it was terrible, right? It was terrible. I mean, so it's the second day, and sometimes I don't know if they put any press release out, but now after hours, unbelievably, Goldman Sachs decided to put a $7 price target on it. I mean, in this crummy little, well, I mean, this was again, it was a 40 to 1. So, but they decided after hours, yeah, 0.025 to 1. I don't know why I thought it was 15, but of course that is 40. That's like a 1 for 40. Oh, they make you do some math. So good question, R. Miller. Can you comment on how well, if you're talking about me, I'm only intraday trading, okay? So I'm using the 3 and the 5 for intraday trading. I'm using the 3 mainly. The 5 just maybe gives me a little confirmation. I don't look at the daily or the weekly at all to determine whether I want, take a trade intraday. I just like the looks of the charts. Okay. If that makes sense. So it's not like I'm using the daily or the weekly to determine if well, only in that, like any other trade I might take, I want to take a look at the daily, but not because it's a go no go chart. I just want to see where the next high is. If a stock I'm wanting to take is near the high of the day, I want to look left to see where the next high is on the daily. Does it have enough room to keep moving? If I can't see it on the daily, then I look on the weekly. So it's not, but I'm not using the colors, if that makes sense, on the daily and the weekly. I just like the look of them. But on the I'm mainly using the 3 minute, and then the 5 minute can give me a bit of a confirmation. That's all. If I see it, if I see something I really like on the 3, I'll look at the 5, and it's sort of giving me the same confirmation. Then that gives me a little more confidence to take the trade. Does that make sense? Now, there's nothing wrong. You can. I mean, there's nothing wrong if you're a swing trader to start using these, to get. In fact, I know Michael wants to do that. He wants to create some scans. If we get the transition from orange to say purple or orange to blue on a daily chart, we should take a look at that if you're a swing trader. And same on the weekly. And this is a total work in progress. Okay, I mean this scan that that has been created. This is a total work in progress. We are still trying to, Michael is relying on me because I'm the one really looking at lots and lots and lots of charts. So I'm trying to point out instances where the scan it's not being picked up, or stock is not being picked up by the scan. We know why this one, because of relative volume. I think we've got a higher relative volume that it has to be. So no, the obvious thing, do we want to reduce it? Well, if we do, yeah, we'll pick it up. But is it going to get too many others? And the other thing we're toying with, look how many orange bars there were ahead. Let me just take a look at DJT right now. So this is now, okay. What is the, okay, give me a moment, guys. Come on. So this is a short opportunity now, okay, that is being presented. Let me get rid of the arrow. So again, the the concept is this. If we get an orange bar and then immediately the next one is deep purple without that little transition to pink, like that right there, okay, then that becomes what we're finding like a stronger bullish reaction. Deep purple is bullish, or sorry, is bearish, okay? But if it transitions from orange directly without that intermediate step of a pink, you can see what's happened here. Then that we're noticing, we're noticing anyway, that it's a more powerful indicator. And that's what the scan is picking up. Okay, so it'll pick up a transition from orange to deep purple, or orange, one pink, and then deep purple. So no more than one pink separating. Okay. And on the other side, if it goes from orange to blue immediately, that is turning out. It seems to be more bullish, very bullish, without that intermediate step of cyan. But we also will accept will accept one bar of cyan and then the blue. That's what the scan is picking up. Is designed to pick up that pattern. Okay, this is what the scan looks like. Now, does it work every single time? Of course not. But I'm definitely interested in this now. I want to see if it can get down below maybe that level right there. I like to see it take out that whole number. Well, anything is possible. Nas is still up. Dow is still up. The SPY's up. I mean, in the old days, guys, if the SPY were up 2 or 3 points, you'd think, wow, that's pretty good. But 3 weeks ago when we were saying, 10, 15, 20 point moves, I think even more, we sort of become jaded. Like a 2.3 move is no big deal anymore. Keep an eye on the GDC, guys. I'm telling you, if the GDC takes out that high, that could have an end of day run. GDC is at 381, 382 right now. The high of the day is a little over 4. Okay, guys. Oh boy, this DJT is tempting me, tempting me. I mean, the low of the day is way down here. I'm not saying it's going to get to the low of the day, but it is tempting me on the short side. On the short side. Okay, guys, 2:39. Now, are there any other questions? Again, I will stick around if there are questions. I don't have any problem doing that. But if there are no more questions, I will take off. So I'll hang around for another minute to see if anybody posts anything. Otherwise, I will take off. We'll glance at the leaderboard now in the contest. Nathaniel's still stubbornly holding on to his lead, and Dinesh still in second place. Spanky fourth. So we know Dinesh, we know Spanky, we know Mr. G, we know Trevor, and hey, who dropped off? When I say no, I'm talking about the people that are in the rooms. So you can see right there the open trades. So the top four are no trade, top five actually are no trades anymore. And interesting, not a crazy amount of trades, really. I mean, only four trades for Dinesh, and he's in second place just on those four trades. All right, guys, I don't see any questions. So what I'm going to do now is in our YouTube room, I will put in the link or how you can get into the main room. The main room will be open until 4. I won't be there. There's no screen sharing. Nobody's on the mic, but there's still plenty of traders there. So if you want to head over there, you can. So if you click on my homepage link, and at the very top, you will see trading room. Okay. This is for people in our YouTube room who want to continue to talk about trading until 4. So you can just click on the trading room link. That'll get you into the what I call the main room. Okay. And now I will stop the screen sharing. And first of all, I'll be back tomorrow on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. Now the main room is typically open. I want to say around 7:30, between 7:30 and 8. Usually around 7:30. Okay. So the main room is open. I don't open it. William or Chris opens it. So traders pile in early. I don't get on the mic until 9 though. Yeah, Rich. You got to go to the top of the big hill and talk to the Dalai Lama or wherever he is. Yeah, I don't do minuets. You got to go to Mozart for that. I know. Okay, guys, thanks for all the help all day long, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, YouTubers, I must shut you guys down.